Oh, there we go. Got audio. Oh, hi Retro and Kimmy. And Merry Christmas to both of you also. And how have you guys been? Yeah, I managed to find a time. I thought I'd just finish up here. It's a tiny bit to do. I could have doing it yesterday, but I wanted some excuse to come on today. So, what did Santa get you guys? Anything interesting? Yeah, pretty good. My sons were around, the usual thing. Had a meal and, watched some old movies. The usual Christmas thing. Now we'll do our little thing, but yeah, pretty much finished. There's just a few tiny things to do. And that's the end of Medieval Dynasty. Too small from... Oh, it is. It is. Yeah, it's usually something like that and socks and things. Usually. Right, let's do a little run. Yeah, but this is the finished job anyway. Probably could have finished it yesterday, but as I said, needed an excuse to stream tonight. Or today, I should say. Yeah, there it is. It's pretty big. I've managed to skip this round to another year, so how many have we got? 149. Yeah, that's pretty much all I can kind of squeeze into the settlement. The mechanics they had in the game where settlers would die off at around 60, kind of making room for me to put in new couples. Yeah, they seem to have changed that. I've got one guy who's like 76. There's a couple actually well over 60. So they've probably extended the lifespan, of the villagers. So then you're stuck with a couple of houses that can house 3, but you've moved the kids out obviously and they've went on and, they stop having a family after a certain age, so you're kind of stuck with a few empty spaces. Now, let me get something to drink and then we'll be off. Just a slight little bit of decorating to do. We need to do one last cleanup on this season, and yeah, we'll see if we can touch it up here and there. Don't know how long I'll be on, but I'll do my best. We'll find something to do. Now, so you'll just be spending Christmas in, I suppose, like me. Relaxing. Oh, what have we got here? Ah. Takes a while for those to despawn. I probably did it last season. I think we lost an animal or two, did we? We usually do. Well, it wouldn't be from there anyway. Yes, we lost a cow. Easiest way to do it. Yeah, just a cow. Yeah, we'll fit out those guys with some nice saddles as well before we finish up. Oh, hi, Young. And Merry Christmas to you also. And how's your Christmas been so far? Yeah, I kind of held back on finishing this yesterday, so I could spend an hour or two on it today. Yeah, I know what you mean. Christmas has never really been the same for me since, the kids grew up and kind of, they're doing their own thing now. Christmas is best, let's say, if you've got, a young family, obviously. But it's nice when they start coming back around the holidays as well. It's never really the same,
How do you do?
Now, let's get rid of this junk. We'll do this as quick as we can. Let's see.
Oh, goodbye.
Yeah, this will be the last run anyway. Yeah. It's, I don't know. It's kind of lonely-ish, isn't it? I think. Then you start to remember when you were much younger. When your parents were around as well.
Greetings.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag, isn't it, once you get to a certain age.
Only goods of the highest quality.
It becomes just like another day, really.
Hope to see you soon.
So, yeah, when I come back again, I might go straight to the Christmas and stick to my usual schedule. We'll see. Instead of coming back in January. So yeah, it will be that Assassin's Creed game. What's it called again? Mirage. That or maybe Fallout 3. Which, strangely enough, it's one of the few games in my library I haven't actually played on Twitch. It's a decent enough game, but it's not really the kind of most replayable game, let's say, from BGS, It does, doesn't it? Yeah, it just kind of winds up like just another day, really. There we go.
It was nice seeing you.
And then going shopping is a nightmare, young. It's like there was a nuclear war or something and everyone is rushing to the shops. But each generation, I think, the whole season is getting more and more commercial, if that's possible. Fingers crossed, yeah. My God, if they ever do an update. I heard Oblivion Remastered has a maximum ton of problems. Tell me, from my memory anyway, every release that BGS ever had, and every update they ever did was a disaster. Can anyone think of any time they actually did it right? It is, isn't it? Yeah. I think so. Oh, hi Gazoo, and Merry Christmas to you. No, I don't think so. Like, you can go to any games company and, you can pick a few times at least to, there wasn't too many problems. And they've never really fixed an issue on any game. It's kind of like a system where they would come back, let's say, you had 3 things that weren't working properly. They come back, they might fix those, and then now you have 6 things that were working properly, and now are not working properly, kind of thing. Kind of sounds like an engineer to me. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty brutal. Like even the really commercial stuff where they were updating their own store, they couldn't even do that right. Mhm. It goes to show you too the kind of money involved in games.
How are you?
There's a lot of cash, guys.
Don't wish it were easier. Wish you were better.
Well, it shouldn't bother us too much anyway, because I think at the start of the year of next year, which is not that long away, Nvidia is cutting production by 40% on their GPUs for, for public consumption. You know,
Better.
that's going to be fun.
Everybody else.
Seeing as people were buying them and scalping them as it is. Yeah, that's pretty decent. Unfortunately, on console we get forced updates. I think there's mods and stuff now. I think, Oh, I heard the Skyrim release on Switch was absolutely brutal. Young. 323 microseconds or something delay on the ping. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You seen that? Yeah, the input lag. Unbelievable. Yeah, unacceptable. Like probably a half a second or more, maybe even more. That would absolutely ruin the game. When you move a character and it takes a while for that character to move. They did a patch. Did you see that, Gazoo? And they improved it by 5%. Oh God. Yeah, I watched it. It's really, really bad. But they did. This is BGS's answer to everything. They did perk up the graphics a little bit. They kind of brightened it up, which did look better. I'll give them that on the Switch. It always had that kind of, well, every BGS game has that kind of dark greenish kind of gunky look. It hides a lot of the junk. They did brighten it up a bit, but that seems to be their answer to everything, isn't it? Just a tiny tweak on the graphics. Yeah. Larian said as well that it will be, if this is true or not. Larian said that because of the RAM shortage thing and stuff like that, that they will be kind of making games that maybe don't take so much, and they said they'll try and optimize it a bit more. So you get that as well. And here are we thinking that games weren't improving quick enough, and now they're gonna have to scale back what they have. But who knows? Yeah, I watched your video, Gazoo. That tech guy. I watch him actually from time to time. Yeah, 100% agree with everything he said. Actually, I've been preaching about that for a few years. The situation where you won't be allowed to own anything. I want you to literally rent everything. And I mean everything. I think it's even gotten to the stage now where, they might try the same on PC where buying something is not good enough. Yeah, it was always going there though, wasn't it, Gazoo? Really. It was always going to go there. As long as people keep buying it, they'll keep pushing. But I remember one guy doing an interview, and this is maybe 10 years ago, when things weren't so bad. And, how true it is, I don't know, still speculation, but he was saying that in some companies, like that, when they have a meeting, when they're doing something toxic, raising prices or cutting back on stuff, You know, there's a few people that would speak out. They're afraid that they're pushing it too far and they'll lose everything. But greed then kind of takes over and they still keep pushing, you know. It is. It is. And he does have a point too. I don't know if it was that guy or someone else was saying it, that, you know, all of this AI and all of that stuff, eventually when they start putting it into security systems and that, you get the facial recognition and stuff. Now, to a certain extent, you know, if you're not doing a crime, that's not an issue. But you remember the old sci-fi movies where, you know, you would pass one of these and they would kind of get all of your history, you know, and stuff. And they were kind of suggesting that they might price something, you know, kind of compared to your spending habits, like a story I had. And this happens in real life. It happens here anyway. You go in here and there's a lot of places, let's say, where they don't kind of display the price you've got to ask. So I was at some function or something, and it was like a tile center place, and it was this kind of bathroom suite thing. I think it was just a bath and some other stuff, kind of bath shower thing. So I went in, you know, I had a suit, you know, well groomed, all that stuff. So I asked the guy the price, and I think it was something like 1,500 or 2,000 or whatever. I said, yeah, I said, I'm interested. I said, but I'm busy. I'll be back some other time. He said, that's fine. So I forget the exact price, but let's say 1,500 or maybe 2,000. So about 3 or 4 weeks later, I actually did have the time, but I was working. You know, I had my overalls, dirty shoes, all that stuff. So I went over and the stuff was still on display. So I said, yeah, sorry, how much did you say that was again? And I think he quoted me for something like 800. So I said, hang on, this is a bit off. This guy quoted me, I think, almost double or something like that. So then I said to him, without saying who I was, I said, you know, is it on sale or something? And he said, no. And I said, was it ever on sale? And he said, no. He said, that's the price. Yet he quoted me before, almost double. Yeah. Now, imagine AI. Imagine putting AI into the picture, where it can bring up all of your past history, what you're buying, the stupid things that you wasted money on, and, well, we'll give a good guess too on your disposable income. So, now you've got AI to help you do that. Yeah. Yeah. They did, yeah. But like anyone that thought that was going to be a success have obviously been off the planet, I think, for maybe the last 20 years, you know? Yeah. This is where it will really come into play. Obviously these things are illegal. Gazoo. But it can be done, you know, really covertly. And since when has a little thing like the law ever stopped the corporation from maximizing their profits, you know? It's almost gone that far as it is. Like, if you think, like Apple being fined, what was it, 700 million, $1 billion, because they were purposely sending out updates to mess up people's iPhones to kind of force them to get the newest one. I don't know, it can't get much worse than that, guys. That's the next logical step. They'll keep the pricing, let's say, kind of vague, I would say. The Sony scandal, yeah, that was small beans compared to what they can do now, you know. But that's where we're going with this one. I suppose I don't give a rat's backside because, you know, I can do without this stuff. You know, the fancy cell phones and all of that. You know, all I need is a console. No matter what I do there, let's say, you know, within reason, that shouldn't get out of reach. But, you know, people that are, well, I won't say addicted, but let's say, you know, it's a huge part of their life. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's gonna get dodgy, you know. Yeah, yeah. It's on everything now, isn't it? It's like that quote I heard someone once say. I forget who it was. That said, what was it again about the internet? Yeah, I'll think of it in a moment. Yeah, let's just get these guys. What was it again? Something like yeah, something. I'm paraphrasing this. The internet opened up the world. Opened up the world for you, but it also, exposed you. That's not exactly what they said. It was much more catchier. Something on to that. So basically, it's a trade-off. You've got a lot more information, but other people and companies have way too much information on you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. You're joking. You're serious? No, it's totally illegal here. Yeah, totally illegal. I've had 2 instances of it, actually. Serious. Phew, that's pretty bad. So basically, I could profile you to how much money I think you're prepared to spend. That's very jiggery pokery, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. But it's okay in North America to do this, is it? Yeah. Here, they're pretty strict. You've got to have a price up on something. Now, obviously, having the price up is lax. There's nobody really enforcing that. But if you're selling something to one person, well, obviously, if you're doing a deal with a contractor, there's a little bit of leeway. You can take something off, obviously. But when you're generally selling, to the general public, yeah, it's got to be what it is. Yeah. But I know that guy. I've seen him a few times. He pops up on my stream. Here we go.
Can I help? I've been a vendor since before you could walk.
Yeah? But we've been preaching this for a long time, young. Yeah, haven't we? But to be honest, I thought it would take a little bit longer, you know what I mean? But all it takes is just, one disaster, and AI, I think, is that disaster. Yeah. But they're setting up another data center, aren't they? Zuck is doing it, isn't he? He needs 1.3 million of those high-tech wafer things to do it. Yeah. And I think about the same energy as a small city, which he will get the state probably to subsidize. Merry Christmas, Wolf. Very good, very good. And I hope you and yours are having a wonderful Christmas. And how's it been so far for you? Yeah, pretty good. Now let's sell to this guy. But I didn't know that was policy, actually.
Oh, goodbye, dear.
Yeah, here it's mega illegal. Yeah, same here. Same here. I think I might have to go on a diet in the new year. Yeah, I've been putting on a few inches, especially over the silly season. They are trying to set up data centers in my state because for the cooling systems, isn't it? Something got to do with the cooling systems, is it? Yeah. Every time it comes up, no one wants it. It doesn't create jobs. It just takes all the water. Yeah. No, it doesn't create any jobs. It would hurt the community. Your state, Retro, does it have a system where if it's got a big power demand in the state, that it can raise prices across the board? Because those places, they suck up a lot of energy. But I've heard some complaints from some states, let's say, people's normal household bills, energy prices have soared by maybe 50, 60, 80%. You know what I mean? Which you can blame the energy companies really for that. So they'll use the kind of excuse that, we can't really keep generating this much power, so everyone will have to pay more so we can build more, kind of thing. Yeah. There's a slight system in place here where, let's say, if you get we get bills, let's say, about every 2 months, and there would be about $7 or $8 surcharge on that would go into a fund, and these companies can build from that fund. So not only are you buying energy from these guys, but you're also gifting them the infrastructure as well. But it's a small amount compared to, shooting up, the energy prices. Yeah. But that's been here forever, really. Yeah.
How are you?
Yeah, I think it's I forget what they've got a name, and I forget the name, but I remember reading the bills and saying, "Hey, what's this?" And I checked it out, and yeah, it's apparently a fund. Yeah. So, the future that we were talking about maybe here 4 years ago, and we've been kind of prattling on about it ever since, that you'll own nothing and you'll rent everything, and really have you under their thumb. Squeeze you for every penny. It seems to be ramping up a bit, alright.
Hello there.
Now let's get rid of this junk. Yeah, I'll do my best to stay on as long as possible, but we'll clean up the settlement and get it ready. Shouldn't take a ton of time. I could have finishing it today, well, yesterday at least, but yeah, I decided to leave off so I have an excuse to do something, today.
So long.
But, I suppose things like that have a knock-on effect. Even if you don't really need a lot of the products that would affect, there's other companies that would use that as an excuse. Well, now our operating costs have gone up, so now we're going to do the dynamic pricing. Yeah.
Hello there. Only the best.
Yeah,
products here.
there's usually a knock-on effect, isn't there? Yeah, it's a new one they've been using. Dynamic pricing. Cool.
Good luck.
I wish I could dye the fabrics in more vibrant.
How can I help you?
But yeah, the usual with me. You know, dinner, movies, meet and greet, that kind of stuff. But a little bit quieter, yeah, I'd say, than last year.
What?
Yeah, a little bit quieter.
And it was nice seeing you.
So what animal did we lose? What was it again? Oh, we'll check in a moment. Wasn't a sheep anyway. Oh, it was a cow. Yeah. It was a cow. That's Gustovia.
How is life? Whatever you need, I've got it.
Here we go. Now we can concentrate on the other junk. Right, let's go. Yeah, we get back. I've just got a little bit of decorating to do. And then we've got to do a clean-up. You know, the junk that kind of turns up every season. Because once I'm finished here, I won't be obviously progressing the game, so
Family. How are you?
might as well clean it up. And humidity here is it's brutal as well. Yeah, it's about late 80s, I'd say. Maybe 90% humidity. It's a drag, you know that. Always the same this time of year.
I had a dream in which we all had green diamonds.
How can I?
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Okay. Oh, I heard rumors, I don't know how true it is. Sony are working on an AI system on their console. And basically what it will do is, it will keep track, especially in multiplayer games, of your activities. You know, if you're saying bad words or whatever the case may be, or being toxic or anything like that. And it will kind of put it into a kind of score thing. And if that score thing gets bad enough, it can actually lock you out of some of the features of a game. Did anyone hear anything about that? Oh, hi Seawage. And to you too, very Merry Christmas. I hope you're having a wonderful Christmas so far. Yeah. Yeah, I hope it does. Sony have always been a bit weird though. Yeah. But they're working on this massive AI system. So you see where the AI is going. Surveillance. Oh, Nvidia. Yeah. Nvidia, I seen their CEO. He was saying that he wants to do a big contract with the military. You know, putting all the chips into probably drones and stuff. Yeah, there's that as well. So that's going to be a kind of strain on the system as well. Tic-tac-toe would be cool, yeah. Oh, hi. Hi, Blaster. And how have you been? Really? I hope you've been well. How's Christmas been for you so far? Yeah. Yeah. I forget where I've seen that interview. It came up on my stream. Yeah, we're just finishing up here and getting rid of this junk.
So long.
There we go. Just relaxing. Nice. So, guys, tell me. What did Santa bring you this year? Anything cool? Because it's based on purchasing behavior. Wow. And other things like impulsiveness. And a million other things that doesn't fall into a protected class. Think based on age, race, etc. Unbelievable. I'd imagine it's at least working in a grey area. Gazoo. And all this air makes me want to go back before digital. Yeah, it was a better time. The games we had, we could play offline. Those were the days where you bought something and it was yours forever. If you took care of it, it's yours forever. Not anymore. Why sell you something when they can get you to pay for it forever? They'll price most people out anyway, I would say. Kind of forcing them to sign up to the likes of, cloud streaming and that kind of thing. Yeah, it's gonna get bad. Oh, nice. Nice. Cool. I do as well, yeah. But they're pretty much dead now. Microsoft have shut down that end of their business quite some time ago. Yeah. But I think we all kind of knew where it was going. When Microsoft, when they, let's say when they changed from the 360 over to the Xbox One, when everything had to be online. What was the original excuse they gave, guys? Something like, oh no, we can't let you access the files because you'll be cheating. Well, even if you wanted to access your files, let's say, and change some of the rules in the game, it's your property. Cheating is only relevant if you're in some kind of competition or something like that. So, adapting the game to what you like is not cheating. I think they call it modding now, but that was back before modding, which we all knew why they did it. Well, basically to harvest your information, and that was way back then. They've improved a lot since then, and of course, having the internet being locked into their platform, the chances of you buying from the store, obviously, when you could access it, was, obviously much higher than if you didn't have internet. Won't they? Yeah. You had that kind of game in your hand. Yeah. Do you remember the little booklets they used to give on the maps and stuff? I think I've still got some in the attic. I think I've got the original Oblivion with all of the maps and stuff like that. Yeah. Yeah. But unfortunately, that's going to be everywhere. It is, as it almost is now, But remember the time, guys, before the internet, where if you were playing a game and, they would sell books, the stores and stuff where you could kind of, find out where everything is and stuff like that. Yeah, no internet then. Or at least most people hadn't got the internet. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. They used to do magazines on it. Yeah, I remember that time as well. I remember the GTA thing. Yeah, when Vice City was out, where we could get the cheat codes. I could only find them online. No music stores. No, the small guys would be cut out. The problem, let's say, much like Walmart has done, let's say, and Amazon, the kind of brick and mortar stores and stuff, a lot of overheads, rent, mortgage, wages, all of that stuff. These guys can serve for a lot less, and they've got no kind of physical kind of thing, so they can do it much cheaper. I've heard rumors that, the new AI center they're setting up, and I don't know how true this is, that they're going to be getting massive tax breaks on the property taxes for the new centers they're pushing up. That's on top of the almost 9 million chip fund as well, or 9 billion, sorry, that they're dipping into as well. Yeah. I used to make all my own maps and books for the game. I used to do a little bit of all right, I must admit. Yeah, way ahead of your time. I think the last strategy guide in print I bought was for Skyrim when it was first released. Cool. Yeah, that's nice. That's definitely a little bit of history, isn't it? Yeah. That's what they were saying anyway. How true it is, I don't know, guys. It's just what I've heard. No, it's just an automatic thing. Yeah. well, let's say, where will this AI inevitably go to? As if we don't know, it will go into tracking systems, guys, to track people more closely, their spending habits, stuff like that. It will obviously be eventually sold on to stores for facial recognition. I've seen quite a few horror stories about that. AI getting it wrong, getting people arrested, mistaking them for someone else. And it will go into, lots of things which won't benefit us. Yeah. Well, that would. There is a law, I think, in every country if it's some important part of infrastructure. That they can. There's a kind of what's it called? A compulsory sell order. Yeah. It's the same with the highways and roads. I think we have it here as well. Oh yeah. It is a bubble. Exactly, it is circular financing. Yeah. Exactly, like the Goldman Sachs thing, where banks were trading, huge amounts of money between each other for IOUs and certain, payoffs and stuff. In the meantime, getting in all the investors, obviously, as well. Yeah. It will still do a lot of damage, to be honest. But I still can't see out from tracking people more. What benefit it will be. I think even if they get that to a super standard, I don't think the hardware is in place to properly exploit this. And even if it was, it's still not going to benefit us. On the contrary, actually, it will be pretty harmful. Yeah, that's where the real money is, Gazoo. It will probably go into drones and defense systems and things. Yeah. I think Nvidia are already going that way. Yeah. Obviously, consumers can't compete with AI in pricing. And I think they'll probably, look for some Pentagon money as well. Screamers. I don't think I've seen that one. Well, that's classic capitalism, guys, isn't it? That's how it works. There's a really prosperous time. But usually it happens over the space of maybe a decade or two, where things are overpriced and a bubble will emerge and then it will pop. And then it's kind of broke and then, feast and famine kind of thing, But what I'm seeing now with these kind of things is it's not taking decades to play out. It's all done within 1 decade or maybe even 5 or 6 years. Yeah, the dot-com bubble. Yeah, it's like a kind of Bitcoin thing, isn't it? But all investment in these kind of enterprises are all driven by investors, by greed, really. Everyone's kind of afraid they'll miss out. Well, no doubt, let's say anyone who can get in and out at the right time will definitely make a bomb. It is speculation. Yeah, absolutely. Nvidia CEO is pushing. Yeah, I seen it. Yeah, I seen that one. He was saying, he was basically saying that it's nice to live in a time. I'm paraphrasing this. It's nice to live in a time where you're not vilified, for doing this. Yeah. Something like that. Yeah. But he made it sound like, he was being patriotic when he was just greedy, I see no harm, let's say, in improving one's military, and stuff like that. But I do know that company, let's say, that's not the reason. If it was the other way around, guys, and he was getting more money for that stuff, let's say from consumers or AI or whatever, yeah, he wouldn't be going. No, he just smells money. That's fine too. Yeah. Oh, the Bitcoin stuff. Yeah. But I remember when my oldest son was quite young, and he was playing GTA and stuff, and this Bitcoin was like I think a pizza was like 500 Bitcoin or 2,000 Bitcoin. You know, when I think like it was like maybe 5 or 600 Bitcoin for $1. Yeah, but he was doing something, or he was trading something with a guy, and he wanted to pay him in Bitcoin, and I think he actually took the Bitcoin from him. Yeah, and then about a year ago, I was saying, you know, you remember that time I said when you were a kid, that guy was giving you Bitcoin, and I told him how much it was worth. But he kind of swears he's nearly sure he took that Bitcoin and put it somewhere. Yeah. That would have been, yeah, that would have been worth a lot of money. Oh, that guy in the UK, you remember that? Talk about we need the greatest military on the planet. Yeah, yeah. As I said, I see no bad thing about, let's say, improving one's military. You know, especially if it protects their, you know, their soldiers and stuff like that, which is really good. But it's not what he's doing. It's I think he's being a bit of a hypocrite. I think he's doing it just for profit. You know what I mean? You know. Yeah. I think he's just greedy as well. Let's say if it was reversed, let's say, and it was more money in another sector, unless he was compelled by law, I think he'd go the other way. You know what I mean? But watching a corporation saying that they're being patriotic and, you know, doing stuff for the good of the people in general is laughable. You know. And if they are doing something, it's only because it suits where they want to go, and where they want to go is make as much money as possible, you know. So I definitely wouldn't give him a pat on the back, you know. I think he's greedy as well. Oh, I think all corporations are greedy. I think we know that about me at this stage. Maybe he's looking for a statue of himself to be built somewhere. This is Nvidia, guys. The guys that control what? 90... well, it used to be 90% of the graphics card production.
Not a matter of good or bad. Welcome.
Right. Let's do as much of this as we possibly can. We'll get out of here real quick. Isn't it funny, guys, how quickly things can change too?
It was nice seeing you.
Before we got to, you know, a dumpster fire this big, it would take a bit of time. You could kind of see it coming down the road for a few months before. But now, you know, within a few days, you know, things change quite quickly. Even if he didn't want AI in the military, wouldn't he, as a CEO of an AI company? Yeah, that he would. Yeah. Well, I understand, let's say, you have an obligation to make profits and stuff like that. That's not my issue. And I think if something is there that would benefit the protection of a country, I think, yeah, I would go with that. Especially if it improves your defense and saves lives. Pretty good. But I think what's grigging me, and that's a word we use here, but what's bothering me, I should say, is I think he wants to give the impression that he's doing it because he's such a good guy. I think that's what's kind of putting me off, you know. You can do something good, but for the wrong reasons, and I think that's where he is, you know. Yeah, greed is good. They're opening this up for competition, and China might try to fill. There's no might in that retro. Yeah, they are. They've been making massive strides here in Europe. Massive strides. On a lot of stuff, you know. But every time a system like that will fail, someone else will, you know, pop in and you know, it can, you know, you can lose your position quite quick. Like, take for instance when this AI thing started off in the beginning. I remember we were kind of all laughing at it. We didn't understand, let's say, what way it was going to go. They said they were ploughing in 500 billion. Well, yeah, the graphics cards would go sky high because of that. Well, it was 68% at one stage. And, you know, then China, you know, produced subjectively you know, a better offering with theirs. You know, with just a few tweaks, and apparently, if you were to believe them, it cost them just a few million and a few months, as compared to the few years that they were banging away at it, you know, 500 million. Definitely, yeah. It's going to be hard for any corporation to convince me that they're doing something because it's the right thing to do. Yeah, you know, I would judge a corporation. Well, you know, most people would. They would judge a corporation or a person on not what they say. You know, you can say anything, mostly by what they do. And from what I know of corporations, which I must admit is just about as much as the next guy, pretty limited. You know, judging by their past history, I would have to judge them by that. Yeah, Altman, that's the chat GPT guy, yeah.
How are you?
But I see no problem with, let's say, using the latest technology to improve one's military, their defenses and stuff like that. That's always the way it has been. You know, every tech military would get first dibs. You know, on that. That's pretty normal on that. But what kind of rubbed me the wrong way about that guy is, you know, he was, I don't know, I think he was trying to give the impression that, you know, the corporation is a good guy, you know?
Do you wish to make someone you like you back?
What can I do for you?
Search no.
Altman. The original guy that bought out some of the Fallout 4 thing, he was Altman as well, wasn't he? Not the same guy. Yeah. Robert Altman, wasn't it?
Trade is in my nature.
No, let's start getting rid of this junk. I think so, maybe.
Hope to see you soon.
Now,
How is life treating you?
who's this guy? Oh, that's the haircut guy, sorry. Not the guy I wanted to see. Yeah, that's the person. Yeah, as usual, 0, guys. I don't really need anything from this person. It's a pity. I was looking for dried figs. We'll just sell her anything. Anyway. I'll get rid of as much as we can.
See you soon.
There we go. We'll collect our cow here. We've just a few more to do. Should be back before nightfall. First thing in the morning, then we'll get into the settlement and we'll see we'll do the cleanup, we'll do the tiny little bits I've got left to do, and then we'll have a look around and see if we can make any little improvements.
Oh, it's whatever you need. I've got it.
Oh, we got it all. Now, I forgot this guy back here, didn't I?
Hello there.
I don't really need them, but there we go. Oh, we still got some eggs. Alright. I didn't see the egg there. Now. Oh yeah, we're looking for a cow. There. That's out of the way. Where'd that guy go? Come here, you.
Oh, it's you. My wares never disappoint.
Bye-bye eggs. Now.
Goodbye.
Right, we're done here. I already paid the taxes last season, so we're kind of cool. Have we enough time to do a run? Ooh, we're after 6. Yeah, we're still able to get Danica. We'll probably sleep outside the Danica. Then we'll get the rest of this.
Hello.
I don't know, maybe if we're lucky we might be able to get them before they hit the sack. Oh, that's nice. We got 3 of them here.
Can I help you with anything? Best prices in the area.
I'll just sell this junk off as quick as we can.
Goodbye, dear.
Hey, friend.
Best goods in the valley.
And so long.
How are you?
Right, let's see what you have. Wow, I got 1. Now. There we go, we're done here. There's only 3 villages left. I wonder if we can sneak them in before it gets too dark.
How are you?
God, the heat here is brutal, guys. I've got a fan on my window open and it's so useless.
How are you? Do you need anything? Have a good day.
I've been a vendor since before you could walk. Oh, take care.
Learn how to read from books.
Howdy.
Let me show you my wares.
Now let's see, we can start taking out the metal now, I'd say. And with the logs. Yeah, that works.
Hope to see you soon.
How are you? Best prices in the area. You good luck.
There we go. I don't know, I doubt we get the other 2 villages. We'll see. There's only 2 vendors in the next one, but there's 6 on the last one.
Hello there.
We'll probably have to make camp outside that one, get them first thing in the morning. God, that humidity, it is absolutely brutal. course, we've had it here for a while.
Can I? Let me show you my wares. Yeah, take care.
There he is.
What can I've been a vendor since before you could walk?
Oh, we've just got one more. I think we'll sleep here and head out there first thing in the morning. That'll be pretty good. I don't think we'll make 6 more vendors like this. There we go.
Oh, it's you again.
And this is it. This is our last town we need to hit. Then we're good. Come here.
Hello. Whatever you need, I've got it.
Now, I've got a ton of this stuff here. I actually made accidentally. It's kind of expensive. We'll start using that.
Have a nice day.
There.
Hail, friend. Want to see my wares? Good luck.
Okay, what else says 6?
I'll have another client. Welcome.
Oh, that's 3. That's 3 of them. Oh, who's this?
World freezes for a moment.
There's 4 or 5.
How have you best prices in the area? Take care.
How is life treating you? Only the best products here. Take care.
Who's missing? Oh, the miner guy. Yeah, where's the miner guy? He's living, I think he's living down here. He's the only one we missed. There he is. And we even got them before they hit the stores.
Hello there.
Oh, that's not him.
Can I interest you in some of my wares? So long.
Okay, where's that miner? He's gotta be there somewhere. Wait for a second. There's pickaxe. Oh, we got him already. I know I'm missing one, guys. See, the old guys have died off. Can't really... How about this guy?
Welcome. Only goods of good luck.
Oh no, I've only got 5. I'm missing 1.
Damn, did I say that? Am I too demanding?
Okay, just give them a second. Here, I need to get something to drink anyway. Yeah, that's the 2nd generation of vendors.
A horse that could climb on roofs.
I see they've used, yeah, you see it here? The trellis here. Cool. I can't get it that close together, unfortunately. I'd need some kind of mod-like place anywhere. That's a bit rough, isn't it? Okay, we've done that guy. Now, I'll be able to sort this out and we'll see who we missed.
Hello. Best goods in the realm.
Okay, that's
See you
2.
soon.
And that's 3, that's 4, and then the other 2.
Can I help you with anything? Be
Oh, I think I
safe.
got them all then, did I?
How do you... I've got everything you need.
Well, that accounts for 4. Maybe it's the blacksmith I missed. It's probably that guy.
You're a truffle pig.
Yeah, there he is.
How can I help you?
Yeah, definitely this guy. It's the blacksmith we missed.
Hi, old friend. Only the best products here.
No, I got him as well, apparently.
So long.
No, that's it, guys. We got them all.
Hello there.
Ah, here he is. It was the miner, after all. Yeah, it was the miner. That's it, we're done. Right, let's get back.
Have you seen any bandits in the area? How are you?
Got to seat. Now, we need a full clean-up. And this is definitely the end of this. I even had to hold back on fixing it. You know, so I had something to do today. This is the best, guys, I could do with this. And I'm even surprised I managed to fit the plants in. Here you've got these rocks that will stop me from doing any kind of fencing. Well, if I could, I would have actually coming out here with the entire thing if I could. But this is already done. And this is all out of the way. This is the best I can do with it. Yeah, nothing can be placed there. Like a red zone. But not bad considering. Now, what colour would I use on this guy? Yeah, okay, we'll go with dandelion on these guys. Hang on, let me try something else here.
But I haven't plucked up the courage to go to the smith yet.
Oh yeah, we're definitely going for a low one. What about Daisy?
Anybody want to play truant?
No. I prefer dandelion. There.
The only time when you're not sure if you're sweating from the heat.
There. You see when it's in the shadows, when you get the light on it, it doesn't look so good. Right. Now,
I don't have any toys.
I'll start going back over the things. I don't think this needs much more, to be honest. Where can we go here? I really like that because of its colouring, but I think it's a bit light for here. Oh, Tissot is horrible. Yeah, I think we go with those. Yeah, I'm actually out of range. I'll have to pick up some of these by hand. Yeah, too far away from the storage. Yeah, we'll just grab what we need from here. We're doing our cleanup as well, of course. There's a few bits up there I need to finish as well, but it's not much. Now, let me see. Okay, we'll get some of these. Those. Those, of course. And those. And that's it, isn't it? Oh, hi, Seb. And Merry Christmas to you also. I hope you've been well. How's Christmas for you so far? Yeah, that's it, guys. Oh, hang on. I do use that from time to time. And it is so. There. Now we've got enough. Yep. That should do it. My Gaelic is absolutely useless, Seb. Let's say for people of my age, learning Gaelic was not a big priority in the education system. It was only when it got to maybe about the mid-80s where they started to set up the Gaelic-speaking schools. So you'd have a much better chance. I know a little bit here and there. Most of my knowledge in Gaelic would be from a kind of outdated Gaelic, more on to the kind of the Erse, the kind of Celt kind of stuff. Yeah, very, very limited. But now they're setting up a lot of the schools where they're, learning it from, which I think is good, right from the get-go. No, kind of something set, let's say, it wouldn't be modern Irish. And that's because of my granddad, But let's say, when you go back even 200 years ago, you go to certain regions in Ireland, the Gaelic would be a little bit different, but not too much, But if you go back maybe another 600, 700, 800 years, it has changed, obviously, over the past maybe millennia or so, but not as much as English. English is definitely a quick-moving language. But the Welsh language, the Scottish and the Irish, yeah, it would have been the same language at one stage. And then as the tribes kind of broke up and settled other regions, other words started to creep in and had different meaning. Well, they reckon that all language comes from one base language. But communication probably started off with the basic stuff, more like hand signals, gestures, things like that. We do a little clean up now as well. We get the flowers. We'll totally finish one area and say, right, that's it, we're done. Which will be quite quick now because I've got most of this done. Okay, that's the rubbish. Let's see if we've done these. I'm kind of still not feeling these, but here, we'll give it a shot anyway. I wanted something with maybe a bit more colour. Yeah, okay, maybe the henbane. Now we've also got... No. Yeah, I could never really get them to blend properly. Yeah, well, I wouldn't say that, but, I'm going back to maybe, even before the Bronze Age. From what we know of it, anyway, Yeah, I can't keep going with these, I need something different. Okay, we'll go with the henbane. This is obviously going to be those guys. Well, let's check it. Oh. Ah, I see. Yeah, that works for me. I don't wonder, we could just improve this a little bit. Let's see. I don't know, I don't think this will improve it much, to be honest. I'll never be able to get it close enough to that guy. Nah, a bit too much anyway. Alright, let's see this. What did I do with the other one? Daisy, wasn't it? Oh, I could go Daisy, Daffodil, or what's that? Dandelion, is it? Dandelion. Daisy. Alright, clean this junk up now. Oh, we out of here pretty quick. Oh, where was it? Daisy and that and that. Right, let's clean this guy. We missed this little section here. Okay, I think we're just about done here. Yeah, there's not really much more. Oh, hang on. I need to chuck something on this, guys. We'll go with the classic water buckets, I'd say. I'll grab a few now. Oh, hi, Cajun. Pretty good, and you? How have you been? I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. Oh, just the usual for me, you know, meet and greet. You know, a lot of the family coming back. You know, obviously, eating a lot of junk food and watching a lot of cinema. Yeah, pretty decent. Nice, you're still a bit merry, yeah? Oh, that's what Christmas is for, isn't it? Yeah, let's grab something, guys, for a bit of decoration on that. And then we'll call it. I think it's okay out here. I wouldn't really like to put a ton of junk out here outside. I think it's overkill. It was different with the other one. Yeah, it was a bit of an eyesore. We needed a few plants in, but... Now we're just getting something from the food storage. I would say water or something. Probably work. We'll grab a few anyway. There. More than enough. Right, let's get to it. Yeah, I know what you mean. There's always a few in the family, let's say, that are hard to bear. Yeah, that quote I was trying to think of, guys. Yeah. Yeah, it's the internet opens the world up to you. But it also opens you up to the world. Yeah, that's the quote I was trying to think of. Now it'd come to me eventually. Right. Oh, this. Well, that's easy. You need that splash of colour. There we go. Okay, I think we're just about done here, guys. We've dotted all the I's on this one. see anywhere, obviously, as we're going along where we could make tiny improvements, we will. Be a little bit more careful with this one. It's kind of okay. Let me just push it. There, that's it. Hang on. Ah, come on now. Yeah, that will work, guys. I think we're done here. So this is our finished job in our area. I don't think there's anything more, really. I can't get anything centered on that. Yeah. And it's just a waste putting more pot plants in here. Just wouldn't really suit. I think less is more in this situation. Yeah, okay. We'll start cleaning out the small sections as we're going along. Oh yeah, hang on. These ones. Well, it'll have to be a lower plant. Definitely these guys. I did forget those. I don't think I'd go as far as actually putting any decorations on these. It would just go on forever. And I don't think it would add much to it, to be honest. Oh, I think that's cool. Okay, that's done. There's really not much more I can do with that. Yeah. Think we can call it on this, guys. So that's one area out. I always knew this would be the last one I'd finish. I think it works. Now, gotta wait till morning, obviously. Ah, I see we've got a bit of time. Okay, let's do a cleanup. Now we'll start doing the smallest sections in the roadway. Make sure we clean this up properly. We'll kill enough time till morning.
The juicier, the better.
Okay. We definitely can't improve much here, can we? Really kind of stack this one out. That's one section. No, I think it's time to sleep, isn't it? No. Just one of those dark evenings. So got another couple of minutes. Okay. I'll get the roadway in a second. Just clear this junk out of here. Okay. Yeah, okay. That's another one. Hmm. Let me see. Well, the good news is we only have to do this once, but it does come in every season. But I'll be leaving this game on this season indefinitely, so it'll be worth a while cleaning this up. I think it looks so much better when that junk is taken from the ground. Okay, now let's see, can we sleep? Yeah, 10 seconds. Well, 20. Just a tiny bit of pots to fill. Maybe we'll have a quick look at it at the front. But I'll squeeze as long as I can from this. I could have easily finished yesterday, but you know, I didn't bother because I wanted to come on tonight. Or I should say this morning. There we go. Now, let's see. La 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 la. Oh, pretty decent. That's it. Okay. We're finished here. Now let's check the roadway. Yeah, the road is okay. We don't really need to clean these. It's kind of outside our settlement, but I suppose we'll be around here for a bit. Okay. So that's everything to my right finished now. Yeah, not bad. I'll be getting that from the other side later anyway. Yeah, cool. Yeah, let's just keep going over roads here for a minute. I'm gonna clean those out. Well, the easiest one to do now would be down that side, but we'll go up and we'll see what we're doing with the flowers there. Yeah, well, we finished those ones. Yeah, I managed to get that in there, which I think kind of works. I'll get these later. And this is the last of it here, as far as I can remember.
So fond of you that maybe he'll appoint you his successor.
So we take everything that's not tied down.
Bring my relatives over. Maybe not cousins.
Oh, I think we've done the outside flowers. Yeah, it's just this here, isn't it? Oh yeah, I think the chicory looks kind of good on that. Let's see, maybe hit it with some henbane on this. There's henbane.
Anybody want to play truant?
John's wort is a bit light. I see the chicory again. It's a problem. Yeah, we might have to go with chicory again. So we can actually see it. Now, this needs a little bit of adjustment. Just a tiny bit. Yeah, can live with that one.
Or if somebody helped him.
Yeah, guys. Yeah. Yeah, I want that splash of colour there. I can push you in a little more. Unfortunately not. Place anywhere would be deadly here. Yeah, that would work, I'd say. Just something to fill that area. Right. I think we're done here, except for the cleanup. Here, let me see. Why not? Why not? Now we got to try and push these up. What they should have done with this is to put a little tailboard on this. It would have been so much easier. Yeah. It was a bit bare there, guys, wasn't it? Tiny bit bare. Well, we need to just splash in a little bit of colour here. Yeah, I could live with that. Yeah, that would do. I think we could get away with that. Now, the cleanup. Make sure we get everything out of here. All the plants are pretty much done. Yeah, that's okay. Aha, here we go.
Or if somebody helped him to
Hmm.
design.
No. What have I got here? Have I got anything I can kind of smother this over with a bit? Be something here. Yeah, it needs. Oh, hang on, I've got some tools, haven't I? Let me see. Let's go get something for that. What could I use? I think I've got one of those bags. It's kind of classic, isn't it? Yeah, there it is. That'll probably work. Just kind of center it on it. Doesn't look so drab. You need a little adjustment. Yeah, you see what I mean?
I definitely
There.
believe him.
That's more like it. Now, let's see if we can center this little guy. There we go. I don't know how that works, guys, I'd say. Yeah, just doing the final touches. Okay. Let's have a look. Yeah, that's cool. I think we got everything. No. I don't think there's much more we can do with this, guys. Yeah, I think we're good.
When I grow up, I will be like you.
Yeah, that's okay. No, I'll just hit this one. Yeah, I think that works. We're probably better off hitting the outside here. Making sure we've cleaned it all up. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, I see we've got a bit of a mess here.
No refunds. And I don't care that it's been less than 2 hours.
Yeah, they do cause a big mess. Hmm. Yeah, I think we're good here as well, you know that? Yeah, that's pretty decent. Right. Let's move on. I'm looking for little areas maybe I might be able to improve upon a bit. We'll see. I'll leave the berries, you know that. Yeah. Can't see any point in removing the berries. Yeah, not much junk here. Looks pretty decent. Right. We'll scoot up to the middle in a moment. Just get the outer edges done. Like this junk here. Yeah, that's not bad. Right, I suppose... Oh yeah, this... I don't think there's much room for any of it to spawn in here, but we'll see. There might be the odd piece. Not much. I did crowd it out a lot.
Notice our talents and invite us to perform in front of the king.
That's done. Have a look down there in a moment. I suppose the next big one is to hit the park. We're through more than half it now. Okay. That's it, that's done. Now, it's not much more we can do here. It was even a job getting those trees here. Literally had to take out a piece of roadway and then replace it just to get those in. There we go. Yeah, that's good. Good. Now, this little park area here. It's still not a bad mechanic. It's pretty decent, you know, early in the game. You've been eating a lot of sticks and stones and stuff, so they would spawn in. It does actually give it more immersion. Well, that's good. Let's see what we've got here. Yeah, these are quick enough.
Any ideas on how to force children to eat vegetables?
Right. I don't think we've gotten much in here. This is really crowded out. I'd be surprised if there's any at all. Maybe back here. No, this is cool. This one gets a pass. That's gonna take some time, alright. We'll do the smaller areas. Yeah, I'm kind of low on those, so I'll grab a few. Okay. Yeah, we're good. There's not much more I can do with these. Yeah, that's cool. Right. Roadways are... hang on. Yeah, they're pretty clean. Right, this little area. Yeah, we've got a huge amount of this cleaned now. There we go. Right. Let's see what time it is. Okay, so we've got about 5 minutes. I think we'll hit this area. We'll leave the animal pens till last because it's probably got the most junk inside. This looks pretty clean. So there will be a little bit here and there. Yeah, just a few small, tiny bits. Still a few, alright. As I said, not a ton really. Yeah, that's done as well, is there? Oh, that's right out to the edge. We have the other side to do later as well in that little area. Here, let me see. Oh, pretty good. But as I said, at least we only have to do this once. And once is more than enough. That's where we finished there. Now let's see if we can sleep. We'll do the stables and I think that's it. Have a look down the middle. There wouldn't be much down the middle, to be honest. Maybe the odd one we might see on a roadway. Not a lot. Here, let's do it now while we're here. Nah, I think we're good. It's too crowded out here. There's not much room for them to spawn here. We're okay. Oh, there we go. There was one. Right, let's see if we can sleep this one out. And then I think we just got around the animals to do. I'll have another look there as well and see if we can find something to do. Now, get something to drink while we're waiting on this one. But my guess was good on this. I said about 2 hours-ish. You know, we'll probably be left. But we'll look and we'll see if we can find something else to do. But I'm literally sticking this season, no more shopping runs. Gotta stay in the summer. See if we can add maybe a little bit here and there and see. Now, I need a small hit of nicotine. There we go. For peace, I'd say it's probably the most. I think I might have done more pieces, individual pieces in Valheim. A large bill we did there. But size, yeah, in sheer size, it's the biggest. This would even be bigger than. What's the biggest one I did? Oh, by far was the one on Spectacle Island in Fallout 4. I think this might be a bit bigger. Yeah, it is. Of course it is. Yeah. Todd's engine wouldn't take this kind of area. Yeah, it's about... Oh my god, it is. It's at least twice as big. Maybe 3 times as big. Area-wise. Okay, let's hit the rest of this. Where is any pots I missed? I doubt it. I think we're good. And this is definitely one of the bigger projects. Right. The animal pens. This is the last one we've got to clean out. For the junk anyway, and then we'll have a look around. I'm just low on a few of that nightshade. Let's just 6 or 8 of these pens, we'll be through them pretty quick. But I do take a lot from it when it's finished, you know. There's no sense in leaving them here now. Yeah, they're the finished pens. A pretty decent size as well for a pen. You know, loads of room. So that was the first one from here. Okay, we'll do that on one side. I don't think there's any more improvements really I can do on this. I doubt it. I think they might have been a little bit heavy with the spray of rubbish every season. There we go. Yeah, I'm still on the fence about this one here. Whether to remove, I think I'll remove those guys. Yeah, in a pen it doesn't really kind of look the part, does it? But I always knew I'd be doing the last cleanup anyway and I could, you know, rectify it. Let's get rid of these. And I'll remove... Well, I'll use the fields and then destroy them to get rid of these. I don't think they'll come back either. Not that it makes much of a difference now. Okay. Okay, let's get rid of these plants. There are definitely an eyesore in here. Now, should on the zong dish this sheep here. Yeah, that still is a bit of an eyesore. Here we get rid of that one. There, not too bad. We need this to be opened up, really. There we go, guys. I think it looks a lot better. Under certain circumstances it was okay, but you know, for a pen it needs to be kind of open, you know? Yeah, that would do. Now. Okay. I'm not too worried about those plants. They're okay, I suppose. Yeah, might as well do it properly. There. Now it's much better. Right, that's one side, guys.
And either argue with you about the pettiest things.
Yeah, good with that. Mayor of a city and still picking up branches. Somebody's got to do it. Now we need to get rid of this junk as well. Yeah, exactly where it is as well. Not great, is it? Okay, piggies, you better move out of the way. There we go, that's not bad. Let's get rid of these. Yeah, that works. Just a quick clean. Yeah, this is just the last thing I wanted to do because this junk keeps coming in every season. But seeing as I'm finished here, this will be stuck here all the time in this season, obviously, so I'd only have to do it once. That's it, guys. The final cleanup. Oh my god, there's a ton of plants here as well. I wasn't really sure what way I wanted to do this, so I decided to leave them. Now is the time to smarten it up a bit. Yeah, there's a lot to go, isn't there? I think this was a large, well, it must have been a large area in the forest with a lot of berries and stuff. Before I got here. Oh, shush. These guys are driving me nuts. Now. This is probably the quickest way to do it here. Like that, you know? It's definitely quick anyway. Not bad, we're getting there. Oh. Yeah, under the tree. This might be a problem. I can probably build something. We can smash it again later, maybe. Let's see if we can get close to this. Yeah, that's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad. Not bad. Nice little piece here if we can. No. Okay. There. Got it. Now what have we got? There we go. That's not too bad. Just junk here now. Perfect. I think we got it. Yeah, I think that's the best we can do on that one. Okay, I think there's just 2 more sections. I think that's the last of the heavy plants. Probably. They're quite a big plant, those, nightshade. See if we can remove just a few of them.
You must be really important if they name a third of the figures
I suppose they're not too bad. Oh, that's the rough stuff anyway. Yeah, they are a tiny bit of an eyesore, I suppose. See if they'll...
so expensive because
Yeah, they're moving out alright, it's not too bad. Yeah, that would do. Yeah, that's good. We'll call it on that one. Oh, hi Doodlist. And Merry Christmas to you also. I hope you've been having a wonderful Christmas so far. Yeah, we're finally finishing this up. I had an opportunity to finish it yesterday, probably the day before, but I wanted to save some, so I wanted to come on tonight. So, how's Christmas going for you, Doodlist? Just chilling now, yeah? Nice. Just doing the final cleanup on this. We'll be sticking the game in this season. In summer it looks best then, I'd say, when all the plants are in bloom. So it's just a little cleanup we need. And then I think this is the very last section. But this is what we got here in the end. Went and saw family, just hung out. Nice. Yeah, a lot of traffic here in my place today. Well, it's always like that Christmas, isn't it? This is what we worked out with in the end, Doodlist. About the biggest area I've ever covered. Not sure about the pieces. I think I might have used more on Valheim. But it's more based on individual pieces. Oh, we still got that side, guys. Down the other side to do, yeah. We're not finished yet. Yeah, it's just to remove those plants. Now. Oh, I'll get it done. It'll be kind of sad to go, but I've done all I can do in this game, to be honest. Any more would be futile. I don't think I'd really enjoy it either. Time to move on, guys. It's not too bad. All we've got is the left-hand side. You know where the fishing hut is in that area. There shouldn't be a ton to do there. Oh. let's see if we can just remove. Here, let me try something. It might be easier. Actually, might work. Just make a barrel there. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, this might be easier, guys. Not taking out the individual plants. Oh, that doesn't go. And then we just destroy the barrel after. Where's the other plants, anyway? Oh, that's about it, guys. Yeah. I think we got them all. Yeah, better system, isn't it? That's it. Yeah, I think we're good here. Now. No, I don't think there's any more improvements we can make here, is there? Maybe. Yeah, I really picked the thing to do, didn't I?
You're utterly beautiful, my orange princess.
Yeah. I think that would work just at the doors. You know, we'll hit this side and we'll work our way down. Need to find something to do to make a bit of time on this anyway. Oh, which one is it again? That one. So many different menus. Oh, I knew I'd come up against a problem, you know that. I absolutely knew I'd come up against a problem. It does give it a much needed splash there, I suppose. That was just a tiny bit in the way. Yeah, that works. Just a little bit of inconvenience. Which we'll probably get here again, won't we? Yep. There. Now. Now getting these guys out of the way is going to be fun.
Having a teenager is the worst. What are you rebelling against, you idiot?
We get out of that easy enough. Okay, that's one side. That's one side done. Oh, hi Terry. Food coma. Yeah, I was like that myself earlier today. Yeah, just finishing up this. Yeah, this is the big one. It only needs one, I think. Yeah, you can't really fit one there. But one is good. Well, that gives us an excuse to stay a bit longer anyway on this. Ah, come on, guys. Stupid sheep. You just what? Oh my! You've been out for. Oh my! Oh, you've only been out for your. Oh yeah, AM. So you've been only out for about, just about 2 hours. It's not too bad. That's usually about the amount of time I can sleep, about 2 hours, 2.5 hours. Good, 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 good. Okay. We've already done one, haven't we? I think it's just this one. Oh, there's no water in that. I probably didn't bring some over. I'm passed out, yeah? Yeah. Yeah. I think we might be out of reach of the food storage here, that's why I left out without water. No. Well, I did bring some more, didn't I? Well, it's done now anyway. I forgot the water on that one. That's weird. Well, at least that's done. Nice. Nice. Yeah, there's a little kind of ground glitch there, you see that? Yeah, we get it as close as we can. That's it, that's as close as it goes, guys. Oh. Interesting. I actually missed a few. There we go. We should be able to finish the next one, get some sleep, and then we'll finish the piece behind me. I think we did this one, didn't we? No. Good gracious. Yeah, this just needs one. It must have been the first cow shed we did on the other side. There. It's got water. Oh, that's it, guys. We got them all. Oh. Yeah, that's it. We got them all. Okay, we can call it on this. Now we'll sleep on the other side. And this is where we'll be working next. We'll work our way down from the other side. If there's anything on the roadway as well, we'll clean it up, but it's just this little area going down here. Oh, the middle section, we didn't do that. Okay. Well, there couldn't be much here. It's just kind of crowded out. Yeah. We'll bunk in with these guys. Now, yeah, I forgot about the middle section. There couldn't be a lot in here. You know, it's pretty crowded out. See, I don't see anything. Yeah, oh, here we go. Maybe where the foul is, there might be a bit. Aha! Yeah, now's the time to get this. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, just little bits like that. Here we go. Makes a right mess up of everything. There we go. That will probably do. Have we? Yeah, not much. We got a bit. Yep, that's that one done. Now, we'll start from here, and we'll do the other end. Should be through this quick. Keep forgetting about the middle section. You started laughing. I am Santa, yeah? Okay. Right, we are good here. Now. Yeah, you'll always get a little bit of smalling in these anyway. And not anymore after this one. Now let's see. Yeah, we're good. In this area. Yeah, we're done now. We're done. Now there's a chicken place down here. Then there's the two wells, but there can't be much in those. Then there's the other side. Might be a small bit of a rose. There's a chicken place here. Oh, let's see. Yeah, not a ton here. Okay, we're done. Right, we'll hit up these two in case we forget. There's one here and one at the other side, but there can't be much here. Nah, we're good. God, chest pain killing me. That's probably the junk I ate today. I usually don't indulge in that kind of stuff. Well, if I can help it, if I'm being honest. Vegetables are okay. I'm not the fondest. I try to eat as much as I can. At small quantities, regularly. You'll get into it. You need a combination of that and obviously other foods. Always about variety, isn't it? Yeah, that's it. Now, all we gotta do is this side, and that's the cleanup. Then we'll probably have a quick look around and see if there's anything else we can find. but we'll get the have to stuff out of the way. You know? Well, the food is it's kind of okay in the UK. Not too bad. It depends on where you shop. Like we have a lot of the chain stores here, let's say from the UK. But I do remember a story. Basically, it was a friend of mine, I think a friend of mine kind of thing, but he would do all his shopping in Aldi. That was in, I think it was in Northampton, in Northamptonshire. Yeah, I think it was Northampton. But yeah, basically everything. And his kids were very, very pale. You know, they weren't skinny or anything. Actually, they seemed to be a little bit overweight. But they were very tired all the time and, you know, that kind of thing. So he brought them to the doc and got them checked out. Apparently, they were suffering from malnutrition. And they were eating tons, but they were, you know, they were even slightly overweight. But they were suffering from malnutrition, a lack of certain, probably vitamins and stuff. So it was the cheap food, you know. It just wasn't enough. Yeah, that can happen, but it takes a long time, Terry. You know, you could eat for years like that, but it would take half a lifetime. It would take probably maybe 7 to 10 years of eating that junk before it would really, you know, have some knock-on effects. But you know, meat it's fine anywhere, and vegetables it's fine. It's the processed food that's the one to look out for. That's the one that they can really, you know, take a lot from. You know. But they still have some food that's decent. It's just keep away from the store brand stuff and the, you know, the stuff that's been processed too much. Like I remember the dairy products we used to get here maybe 40 years ago or more. They tasted a lot different. What they've been doing now is they've been skimming them a lot. You know, taking everything they possibly can. So the milk we get here now, let's say, it's not like what it used to be. It's just a waste leftover, you know. But they've been skimming out food for a long time. It's not illegal, obviously, you know, to take stuff from it. But, you know, putting stuff into it, yeah, we do watch that a lot. Oh, hi Hufflepuff. Pretty good, and a Merry Christmas to you too. I hope you've been having a wonderful Christmas. Yeah, just doing the cleanup, Hufflepuff. We're pretty much done here. I'm just trying to make a bit of time on this. I held off on the clean off so I could clean up until so I could stream tonight. Here we go. So just to clean up now, we're pretty good to go. Yeah, the quality of food, sorry, would matter. But only over a long period of time. And if you're 100% only eating that kind of stuff, you know. The body can take a lot of abuse, but it will eventually give in over time. But yeah, I couldn't believe that one either. You know, malnutrition, even though you've been eating tons. Food didn't just have what it needed, you know, to keep someone reasonably healthy. Cool, we're getting there, alright. So, how's everything with you, Hufflepuff? Nice, just hanging out. Oh, you're working tomorrow. Ah. That's a pity. So will you get any kind of extended time off for the holidays? Hufflepuff, like maybe a week or two? Or are they doing a kind of rush thing where you're working? Ah. Wow. Yeah, we're just cleaning this junk up here. Visually, it doesn't look good to have all this rubbish lying around. Way too much of a contrast. Get you in a moment. We'll finish this area properly. But yeah, just down this side, guys, and that's the end of the cleanup. I think it will look much better when it's cleaned up. You had, yeah. Ooh. Just Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. Wow. Yeah, I haven't worked for a company in a long time. I was only a kid. But the way it was then, we would stop working about, maybe the closest we get to Christmas would be maybe 2. We might even work the day before Christmas Eve up till then. Then we will get 2 weeks paid leave, and then whenever date that would fall in January, we would come back then. So there was 2 weeks paid leave. What else was there? Yeah, I think we get another further 2 weeks through the year, which we could save if we wanted to, or else take them for summer holidays. We got every single bank holiday off, every national holiday. So I think it worked out about 6 weeks, I think, a year. 2 of those weeks we could save. We could, if we had enough time saved, we could, But we'd have to give a good bit of notice. If you saved maybe 6 weeks and you had something important to do or whatever, if you wanted to take those 6 weeks off, I think you'd have to give about a month's notice, so, they would have something sorted. I think it was a month, 4 weeks is a month really, isn't it? But I don't know what the rules are now, to be honest. I'd imagine, hopefully they'll be a bit better now. Ah, not bad. Okay, we got it to there anyway. Yeah, I think it's much better now, Hufflepuff, to be honest. That was a long time ago. That's before, let's say, a lot of the EU rules took place. Oh, hi Lobo, and Merry Christmas to you. I hope you've been having a wonderful, wonderful Christmas. Yeah. Making money is not bad either, but there's mental health aspect as well. The problem with making money, I suppose, is most of it would go to corporations. Nothing wrong with, knuckling down and, spending a lot of time. I did it myself. Yeah, for one's mental health and family relationships, you need some time. Let's say you're working away, you got a family, maybe a couple of small kids and a wife, or vice versa. Whatever the case may be. So, having those 2 weeks off at Christmas to spend with your family, and then maybe 2 weeks vacation as well during the summer. Then here, and I think it's 38 now, but it was 40 hours would be the normal. After that, they couldn't force you to do any overtime if you didn't want to. Or they couldn't sack you because of it, unless they wanted a really massive lawsuit. But how it is now, I don't know. I imagine it would be. I heard now, I think it's 38 hours now. I think there's even more holidays added. No problem, Terry. And thanks for being here. I appreciate it. I hope you'll have a wonderful rest of your Christmas and New Year. Have a good one, Terry. Bye. Only the old farts know what this is. Oh. Mm. But yeah. But from what I know, of my family and nieces and that, I think if you're working, let's say as a female, and you're starting a family, they've got to hold your job when you're off on maternity leave. I think that's 6 weeks. I know. What was it again? I think it's like 2 or 3 months. Puff, I think. Yeah, I think it's like 2 or 3 months. Now, I don't think they'll give you full wage. I think it's half wage, and they'll get it up to basic, I think, with the government will. Then they'll allow you something for childcare as well. But I heard in some European countries, I'm not saying not only will, the dad will get some time off as well to kind of bond with the kid. France would probably be the best example. Or maybe some of the Nordic countries. Yeah. I suppose there's an old saying that could be used to work to live, not live to work. That's, if you want it that way. But if you like to, well, I did. I worked as much as I possibly could. But I didn't have to, which is nice to have the choice. Right, let's get this done. So, who's all moving in here? Isn't it a pity, Hufflepuff, we couldn't do something on this like we used to do you remember in Fallout? Maybe we could put a little sign up on our house and put someone's tag on it. Yeah, that was kind of fun. We did that on the massive hotel, you remember? At Starlight Drive-In. Yeah, Valheim have a kind of sign system, don't they? But there's no way you'd be getting in this many houses in Valheim. That would be a good mod for this. Where you had a new job for your villagers, and one was, kind of a clean-up forager. NPCs that would kind of, during the seasons, clear all this junk up. That would be probably a hard one to do. Hmm. Now let's see where we are now. That's not too bad, we're getting there, guys. Oh, we just have this end finished now anyway. Yeah, pretty decent stuff. What's that down there? Ah, that's only a plant, that's okay. Yeah, okay. Oh, hang on. Got a little hidden one there and there. Ah, there we go. Now, is there any hiding in here? Ahaha, right. Okay. Yeah, there's not much left, guys. I'm gonna have to probably look around. See if we can make any slight improvements on this guy. So you can see why I didn't bother doing this over the last day or two. I guess I'll be left with nothing to do tonight. Yeah, I knew it wouldn't be that much. We'll get you in a moment. Oh, here we go. Well, I suppose we could always do with some more chairs. Yeah, that's not bad, guys. I think we got it to here anyway. Now, just this tiny area here and then we're good. Which I think I've already cleared most of this. Yeah, there's a few bits in there, we'll get that in a second. Pretty much. Now, this junk. I think this is the last of the rubbish, guys. Yeah, ta-da. Yeah, the road is keeping us. I don't know, let's see. Maybe. Maybe. Oh, we'll move them into... Yeah, they're okay, those two. This, I'm not sure. I see. That's okay, this one... Yeah, fraction. There we go. There we go. Just little adjustments like that we'll make wherever we can see it. Let's get a little bit more colour in, maybe. That's it. Let me see if we got the roads. We probably have. That's the cleanup, guys. Wow, we're pretty good. We're kind of stuck in the season as well. Oh, we can't move from this season now. We're kind of finishing it on this. Don't intend to do that again.
Cock-a-doodle do yourself.
Yeah, not bad. So we appear to be finished. I'll see I'll wait till morning and see if we can add a few more things maybe. Right, let's save this guy here. That's the one. So yeah, that's our finished settlement. Yeah, let me see. Yeah, that's Hibernia. We got it finished. I'll get around a little later maybe. I still haven't uploaded this and that and a ton of stuff in Valheim. But I'm hoping, let's say, you know, early next year when they're coming with the new consoles or maybe the Steam machine, I'll be able to do my little settlement tours without going on Twitch, you know, like you can on a PC, and then uploading it from there. It's very complicated doing it, you know, with Twitch. It can be done, but it really is a pain. Oh, it'll give me something to do as well. So that's it. It's not bad. That would make a decent thumbnail, wouldn't it? Screenshot. But it looks really cool as well in the winter. What I've done here is, you know, the leaves die off, everything like that, and you get a nice snow covering. And when the leaves die off on this, you can see a lot more of the buildings. Except for these, the leaves don't draw off on the forestry trees, just the bigger guys. Oh yeah, let's see if I can do something around that little hut. I don't know, a fishing hut. I didn't really look at that properly. It's pretty okay the way it is, you know. Nearly. Yeah, area-wise, this is probably the biggest one I've ever done. But let's say individual pieces, I would say that would go to Valheim. Especially even when I built with a lighthouse. Yeah, there was tens of thousands of individual pieces, I'd say, on that guy. Well, here you see, you get a kind of set piece in a house. We'll just wait for a second. We'll get to morning and we'll save it. I'll have a quick look around. We'll check that, yeah. Oh, there's another thing I want to do. I need to get rid of do you remember the trees I was hoarding outside? Yeah. I need to get rid of those. I might use 2 at the front entrance. You know, there's a long bridge going out and it does look a little sparse. But we're pretty much finished with the trees. I'll just get something to drink. So just a little touch up here and there, you know, nothing much. I'll tell you what I do while we're waiting for the clock to run down till next morning. I just want to have a really quick check on my doggos. It'll only take me about 20 seconds or so. So I'll just mute this for a minute and just have a look for them. Yeah, they're okay, they're sleeping. Rex has his toy, and he's got to cover it over with his favourite blanket. Yeah, both of them are snoring. They're mostly full of turkey as well, so they'll probably be in a bit of a coma for a while. Now, okay. Now we'll do our save here. Yeah, 410, yep. So, when I get the time, I'll do a little tour of this. Probably within the next 3 or 4 weeks. But if I could manage to kind of do it and edit it, let's say, without, you know, doing it live, it would be a lot easier. What were we doing? Oh yeah, we're checking the... Oh, the trees outside, of course. Hang on. Yeah, I might actually need some of them in here. It might not be a bad plan, guys. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'll hold off destroying the trees for a moment. I don't think we could... Nah, there's no way we're fitting any more in here. Absolutely not happening. Yeah, as you can see, there's not much I can do with this. Here. Even fencing-wise, I don't think. Yeah, I decided to leave it as it is. Yeah, it's probably better. Let's see. No. And I don't know, I think it would be kind of silly to no. Silly. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, I think we're good on this. Well, hang on, can we... No. There's no boxes or anything on that. It's pretty straightforward. No, I think that's good. Okay. Right, this other thing I was talking about. Well, I finished with all the trees and all of the junk in here anyway. So let's have a look. And this area is... It's nice enough. The trees make a big difference, obviously. But it doesn't give a good kind of view from the air because a lot of it is covered out. But it looks a lot better on the ground. Okay. This is what I'm thinking. I'll just need 2 of these. You know, for what it is. 1 each side here. I may be coming with some lighting as well. Now I'll have to space these pretty decently. This will be our last project, I'd say. Yeah, I'll have to space this real good. Hey, okay. Let's see what kind of measurement we have. I'll measure it out in a moment. I'm not sure about the lighting now, but I'm sure we can get, you know, maybe, yeah, that large thing, maybe. Okay. Now, first of all, a little bit of measurement on this guy. I don't know if we can do it from here.
No one?
I'll probably have to guess it a bit. Yeah, there's no measuring this. We'll have to play it by eye. That needs to be moved down a bit. I want that more in line with this. Somewhere talking maybe. Oh, we can do. Ah, come on. Yeah, something like that.
He may look like an idiot, but
Something like that. Hang on now. Once we sorted this one out, we should be okay. Yeah, that's the problem. Get over there. Now. Ooh. There. That's kind of roughly what we want. Oh, we see if we can pretty this up a little bit. I don't know, maybe it's just my eyesight. I prefer obviously to measure this a little bit. Yeah, it's just the angle, that's it there. Now, yeah, the lighting stuff. We don't need these, but I'll wait till the very end before I scrap them, you know? Just in case. We don't even really need this, but we might as well go the whole hog. And get some kind of entrance in here. Yeah, I could probably live with that. Okay. Now the obvious would be the kind of split rail from tree to tree, and then we just chunk on the lights on it. Put a few plants on it as well. Yeah, let's use that one. So, the problem with this, yeah, I'd usually go with the lights maybe on the other side. I don't think I'll bother with the lights this time here. Let's see what I can do with an entrance here. That's the one I really have to look at. Yeah, maybe a little different on this one. The classic one would probably be best if we can get it to work. That's as far as it wants to come in, actually. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a problem with the trees. Yeah, let's make this guy anyway. We might have to adjust the trees again if we're getting this guy in. Yeah. I wanted it to be a little bit tighter on these, to be honest. Line them up maybe a little more. Ideally with this. Here, let's save this. Oh, hi Jonathan, and very Merry Christmas to you. I hope you've been having a wonderful one so far. Yeah, we're pretty much done. I even did the cleanup. We're kind of staying in this summer season here now. And this is just me trying to find something to do to extend the stream a little bit. But yeah, I think maybe an entrance on this and, you know, that would be pretty much it. So, how have you been doing? What did Santa bring you? Yeah, so, here, let me just save it here. So, pretty much done. Absolutely, isn't it, Joe? Oh, me, you know, all the kids are gone from home, so I get a chance to, spend some time with him again. So finished up on this one. That's the best we can do on that. Oh, we did small things. Oh yeah, this is the best I could do with this. Because the rocks wouldn't let me build. I'm surprised I even, managed to get any plants at all in here. But it's still a lot better than, the way it was on that. Just basically cleaning it up and fixing it up. The season brings in a lot of rubbish. It will be one of two. Mirage or Fallout 3. Yeah, because they're the only ones I haven't played yet. I'm hoping that, maybe February or March when the new machines come out, I'll be able to get access to a lot more different games. Yeah. But I haven't really decided which one. Most likely it'll be Fallout 3. Yeah, probably. As old as that game is, I think I haven't streamed it on Twitch. No, I haven't actually.
New buildings spring up.
Oh yeah, I got this other side done as well. But I'm looking forward to, when we get access to probably some, if not all, of the stuff on Steam. There is a literal ton of games on that I want to play. But it should never have gone that far on console. They were always greedy, locking you in there, giving you rubbish games and charging you an arm and a leg. Now that there's a bit of competition coming in, they've started to open up a bit. Maybe a case of too little, too late kind of thing, I suppose. Yeah, so this is our finished settlement now. It's a bit on the cramped side. It's a small bit ridiculous. But had I got away with it, I probably would have even done more, but there's no point in doing more. If there was some reason. If it was something where you could build large armies in a castle or something. You do your castle, then you do the village outside, and that would be cool. Yeah, so all finished. Looks a lot better when it's cleaned up as well. Even the crazy stuff down the side here. Impressive little engine, isn't it? I'm not even getting as much of the kind of rendering problems I did on Valheim. And Valheim had a lot more basic graphics. Yeah, they optimize it pretty good, I'd say. But the console has about 10 VRAMs, so I'd say that's obviously helping as well. So yeah, that's the finished one here. And eventually, as I said, I'll eventually get around to doing a little tour. But, walking through this one slowly would probably take about 25 minutes or so. That's our settlement, really. Now, Let's get back at more site. I'm better off loading it up. We need to, yeah, well, just a little entrance I wanted to put in just to finish it off. It's the only kind of, main bridge we have. Oh, there's another one as well. I don't know where I'll go. Probably. Yeah, we'll see. There's another long bridge coming out of this as well from the other side. But the bridge is much, much longer. I don't know. Should we even bother? It'll be so far away from the settlement. There's this one here. I think that one is enough, really. Maybe. You see it down there. Okay, we'll see. We'll see if we can get this one up and running pretty quick. And if we can do it pretty quick, we'll probably match it. And that's it. That's definitely everything we can do on this. Now, what I'll probably do with this guy is, now that I have a system, I want to line this up with these. And then we'll push in the trees as close as we can. And then from there I should be able to do something. So, let's quickly load this guy up. I'll give us a little bit more time. And if we can do both of them, we will. Waste up the trees we have. And the stuff. And then we definitely have everything covered. Now, I'll get something to drink while this is loading. Yeah, everyone was saying, Jonathan, that I've seen bits of it, obviously, when I, raided some of my friends, that Enshrouded. I think when I was raiding, when they were playing that, it was kind of more in a kind of test stage. But I think they've pretty much done what they're going to do in it now. Yeah, it looked pretty good, even in the early stages, Is there any, can you terraform a bit in Enshrouded? You probably can. You can terraform, let's say, in Valheim, and it's, for what it is, it's pretty stable. You might have tiny little problems here, especially in an update. You can terraform in No Man's Sky, but that's a disaster. Yeah, that never works out. Terraforming helps a lot when you're building. But let's say if they do keep their word and they come out with some junk, let's say, where it's that kind of in between a PC and a console kind of thing, but as easy as a console to use. Yeah, I intend to pick up a lot of games from Steam. I have a ton of them to play. But I've never played anything, let's say, that was for PC only, so I can only imagine, the amount of games that would suit me in there. There would probably be a lot. Nice, it would probably be a nightmare for me. I run better with some set limitations. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I don't mind that. Probably to be a small bit of a learning curve as you're going in. This had a pretty reasonable learning curve, but it was got to do with the settlers, really. Right. Let's see if we can do this thing, guys. We just push this one back a moment. That gives us a bit of room. We gotta line up this guy, and then we'll see. Now. And this is how I prefer to do this. It's probably... maybe a fraction more. Wow, yeah, you get this guy. That doesn't look too bad, does it, guys? That's roughly what we need. Pretty decent on that. Yeah, I like to be able to get under it. I can judge it a bit more. Although No Man's Sky is a decent system where you can kind of look above when you're doing this. That's yeah, not set pieces like this. I would prefer that, to be honest. I could kind of do my own thing then. I'd probably start off with, you know, obviously in the center, one large one, or a nicer spot for me. Yeah. Wouldn't mind doing something like if you could, a kind of Roman style or Greek style kind of build, and that would probably work out. What about the terraforming? Can you dig into a side of a mountain or something and it would be okay, or is the terraforming pretty limited? I'd like to design them myself if I could. Yeah. Nice. Nice. And tell me, is there any problems with it kind of coming back after a while? Nice. In the build area. Cool. It's probably pretty stable. Yeah. I dig into the size of everything to make to get too big. Yeah, that would be kind of cool. That would open up a ton of stuff, let's say, even if you were building on a mountaintop, digging down. It would probably have, Jonathan, the same system, let's say, as, let's say, for instance, Valheim, where there's a kind of grid section. You'd have to get it at a certain angle. Way up in the caves in the mountains. Nice. Do a Grinch build. You stake a claim on a spot. Yeah, like No Man's Sky. And then you get a kind of circle radius, and you can terraform then within your base. Yeah. As long as you're in the area. Yeah. Is there an enemy spawning system in that? Build a manor on a cliff and then dug below, so you could have an outlook. Yeah, stuff like that is pretty cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Doing a nice bridge across and certain things. It all depends on the way the map is situated. But not lovely. I love that. Yeah, because you know, sometimes, let's say, it depends on the buildings. They'll stay X amount away from your building. So if you're building something large, it can be a problem. You're kind of forced to build because of it. But if you're kept out of the radius of your base, that's perfect. You know? Yeah. So the digging system, it probably like a kind of one direction kind of thing. So let's say if you go north by, let's say, southwest, let's say, you're digging in one direction. And then if you go a couple of degrees to the side, instead of cutting it nice and clean, it kind of gets all jaggedy. So it's probably a grid system, like, let's say, Valheim. Makes it a little bit more awkward, but doable. And tell me, if you, let's say, if you dig a large trench, obviously if you can terraform, you can fill it in again. And that can be dodgy sometimes. Yeah. But yeah, definitely doable. It wouldn't be much of a problem when you're building walls inside and you're kind of coming down, so a little bit of space would be okay. And how far is the game along now? When I seen it when I was raiding, guys, it was pretty new. Yeah. You can dig and replace. Nice. Oh, I like that. Does it have a Valheim system where you've got to kill people and kind of discover the pieces? So how would you access these? You got to actually pick them up, and then you can build them. And then you might need certain tools. Would it be similar to Valheim? That's pretty decent as well. It gives you a reason to go out and start killing things. Yeah. Yeah, and then once you discover that piece, it becomes available, the stuff, let's say, Yeah, I get it. Nice. I did like that system in Valheim. Although Valheim for a single player was a nightmare. You know, it was a game more based, let's say, on a kind of team of guys, but it was a great game. Yeah. Yeah, so pretty much Valheim, better graphics, finer tuned. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So plenty of storage opportunities and things. Yeah. Pretty much like Valheim then. Nice. Yeah, I didn't pass it much heat because I wanted to play it myself, you know. So I didn't want to spoil it too much. But it looked like a game, and that was the early access thing. Looked like a game that I would be interested in. So if you played Valheim, you'd be pretty familiar with that system. Nice, we want to get this really close if we can. Yeah, that's the one. And here we should get exact measurement as well. Well, close enough to it. I'd like to go right in here where you can see that piece and you can get, a pretty decent center on it. There. Now, there we go with that. That doesn't look too bad, does it? Now, we gotta pretty it up, obviously. I'll pick it up as soon as I think. But I want it to be close. So it's still kind of in that kind of Valheim stage. Yeah. I think you've played Valheim, haven't you? Yeah. Yeah, I think I've seen you playing Valheim. I heard the new level on Valheim is ridiculously hard. Yeah. It's a pity. Yeah. Oh, you've never... Oh, it's a great game. Yeah. It's a very, very surprising game. There's a lot more to it. Looking at someone play it doesn't do it justice, you know. You are compelled, obviously, to go out and explore and take chances, obviously. Yeah, it's a great game. But very, very... very intricate, you know. I remember when I put in a fireplace and had everything going, and then the smoke was coming out and I was losing health. And yeah, there's a mechanic, let's say, where you've got to have a proper system. You could build a straight up chimney. The problem with that was, let's say, every time it would rain, the thing would go out, which was horrible. You could put a kind of roof on it, but it really looked bad. But I was doing a little bit of experimenting, and with some of the roof pieces. And if you kind of glitch it in halfway on a chimney stack, at a certain angle, it would be just enough to let the smoke out and not the rain in. Great system. But I was fixing it on the top, and I actually slipped. I obviously had to have the fire on. I slipped down the chimney into the fire and couldn't get the hammer out to break myself out in time, and got killed. The problem with Valheim is it's got a pretty steep penalty, for getting killed. You lose a lot of your skills, which you need really when you're going out, especially with a bow. Now they have put a slider in it and that, but messing with the slider and making it too easy, it's a bit much. I think they went a bit heavy on the penalties, But great game. It's a game, but still, and I'll say this about any game you build in, there's never enough pieces. In Valheim, yeah, you can do what you want, but I've noticed, let's say, with a lot of the pieces, that were meant for other things, when you get to where, let's say you're making a rectangle, when the two pieces come in at the corners, there's a tiny bit missing, because it wasn't really meant for that. So, little bits like little corner pieces, would have really made it. That would have really made it. There is a free hand as well in Valheim, if you get stuck, but still. But some great things they did when it came to decorating was these little kind of wooden plates that you could build, and you just you can put them on a wall or you can put them on a table, and then you can click on them and put the food and stuff on it. We did stuff for trophies on the walls and that, and then they come out with a mining light for your character, which you bought from that goblin guy, which gave me good reason to get gold. But it actually went on the display stand. So then we started to use that for lighting. It was awesome. Before it was torches and stuff, which was, I mean, really, really hard on the cell. And kind of horrible light. The kind of light where you've got to be right up to it before it even kind of kicks into the game. There was a noticeable kind of delay. With the other light, it was like a kind of low green kind of glow. It was perfect. It was like New Vegas in the caves. That kind of green lighting. Didn't have any kind of strain on the cell or whatever. That was really good. We got some really good lighting in on that. It was meant to be a miner's light, but you could adapt it. But kind of expensive, but at least to give you a reason, because we're getting up a ton of gold and jewels and tons of stuff that we couldn't really use. But that gave us a good reason to do so. But on a large house, you wouldn't feel putting in maybe a couple of dozen, maybe 3 dozen. But perfect lighting. Yeah, things like that would be nice to see in Enshrouded. But I've noticed with all those games and any games, anything with a flame animation is pretty hard. Or even, let's say, on this, you'll see a slight, you see that? And in the wind it gets a little bit more. There's a slight animation on the trees. On every single tree, all of them. And that's why I was surprised that I could actually get away with this. Having so many trees out. I was skeptical, to be honest, that I could get away with something as huge as that. And then the thousands of items I dropped from my menu as well to make decorations, and then obviously the pieces as well. Then you had the animals, the NPCs. There's like 150-ish NPCs, and I don't know, there's probably maybe 60, 70 animals. So there's a lot in there. Not to mention the storage, the stuff in that, and all of that. But what engine did they run that on? The Unreal, wasn't it? Oh, I definitely want lighting, but there's a price to pay. Yeah. Now, I can go with my kind of classic lighting here to here, but it might have to be. I don't see any other way. Okay, let's try this for a moment. I'm too far. Oh, I think I'm carrying those plans, so it's not too bad. Let me see. Basically on these, I would like to do a kind of set piece thing, like so. Like that, and then I would usually, let's see if I can access it from here. I need leather and wood thread. Let's go get some. I've got some in storage, but I'm too far away from the base, so let's go ahead and grab that. We don't necessarily need the fencing. I might go with something else. I don't think the fencing would kind of work for me anyway, but this should go up pretty quick. Especially once we decide on what we're doing here. The other one should go up in just a few minutes. What was it? Leather and wood thread. I've got it, but I'm too far away. Not sure about the wood thread. We might have to make some. Oh, we've got tons of wood, Trent. I only need 16, but let's go with that. Letter. Cool. There, that's more than enough. Here the houses are kind of set pieces. You can place them wherever you want to at any angle. But they would build something like the hardfire homes in Skyrim. Except on this you would have to use a hammer, kind of tap it a few times. On this I did fast build, which means you only have to tap it once. Because we pretty much did it the old school way on the other map. Saved me a bit of time as well. Then I would go with this kind of classic look here. They don't show a lot of light, but they're visible from... Now, a place anywhere mod would be deadly here. If I could, I would do something like that. We're just seeing that much of the light. But we can't do that, unfortunately. We can't place it within another object. There we go. So something like that. And then on the other side, we've got this lined up good. We'll do the 4 of them this time. Yeah, once we've got that line, it holds its line pretty good as well. That will stay the same no matter what way you turn. I like that. I would still like them a lot closer to the tree. Well, we can live with it. And that's as close as you're gonna get it. So, that's what we got, guys, so far. And it is roughly about the same thing apart. It's just the angle we're looking at it, see? So, what can we do with this to finish it? Okay. I'm happy enough with this, so we'll push in a save on that. Not much, really. I definitely don't want to put any fencing in here. Nah, I could swig in a barrel and put something on it, but that's not really where I want to go with this, is it? Well, maybe that's exactly where I need to go with this. Let's see. Oh, hang on. Let me go through our little classic guys here. You won't get one in there. Oh, I only want to go with 2 on this for a moment. And then we'll see about a pot plant. I'd say that would do, guys, to be honest. I think that would be enough. I see nothing wrong with that. Here's another thing we can do, guys, instead of the pot plant. And I haven't used much, so, and it's a good bit out from the settlement. We'll probably get away with it. I haven't got enough. I need linen fabric and linen thread. Let's go get some. A little torch each side. Bang, we're done. That would work. I've only used 4 of them, and that would have been in at the inns, taverns. Okay, linen fabric, linen thread. I think would have fully upgraded one of these. I think it's got I think it's only like 75-meter range. You can place them all over the place and get a pretty decent coverage, but not out that much. There's linen fabric. Yeah, we'll just get some of that. And there's linen thread. Yeah, we've got tons. There. I said I was going with the torches, wasn't it? Yeah, I suppose at the entrances we'd need that extra bit of light. It doesn't show that much light, but from a distance it, yeah, it definitely shows up. Yeah, so we'll just be kind of minimum on this. I don't think there's much more I could do with those guys. Now, you see that turn on that? I want to get that coming out, maybe. Yeah, something like that, maybe. Let's see how far this guy pushes out. Oh, okay, we'll try the other way around. Don't know why they did that with a torch, to be honest. Okay, we'll push it to the inside.
I'm sick of it all.
Maybe we get it in a bit closer. A bit better. Yeah, a bit better. Right. Oh, where was it going inside? Yeah, that the line on that is off a bit. You can see it from here. Oh, a bit better. It's closer still, isn't it? Let's see if we can get you a little tighter. If not, we'll move the other one out to match. Yeah, we can. We just sneak it in a tiny bit more. And we're gonna pull this guy out a tiny bit. But not much. Oh, Croc. It's too much, isn't it? No, that's it. There we go. I think that's the best we can do with our entrance, guys. We don't want to overdo it, obviously. It is only an entrance. That would probably work. No, we'll be just a little bit on the greedy side here for a moment. starting to light up now. It's not bad. And definitely have enough light anyway. Yeah, it's coming along. It might just about work. It's just a tiny little bit more I want to get in here. Just to kind of get it done. No, that's not going to work. Comes out too far. Yeah, let's have a look at it anyway. We'll see. Yeah. Okay, we'll go with that and we'll call it. We'll go with that and we'll call it. There it is, guys. That's the best we can do with our entrance. We got it up reasonably quick as well, so we'll just do that set piece on the other one. Should go pretty quick. So we get some sleep, we come out in the morning, we do the other side. And it's definitely done. Yeah, that would work. Not sure about the pots, to be honest. No, I knew I wouldn't get away with that. I get away with that. Yeah, I'd much prefer that. Sticking out too much. I'm just gonna make life awkward for myself, aren't I? Roughly. That will do. Yeah, I don't like it sticking out too much. Now, there is this possibility, I suppose. The original plan I had, that looks pretty decent. Horrible. Yeah, we'll move that down to the other bridge. Yeah, we're good. That will do, guys. Just get the other one up and running. Just need some sleep. But I think we can call it on that. Just leave that there for a moment. So that's our entrance. All we need is just 2 more trees and we can get rid of the rest. I don't intend to do anything else here. Yeah. Right. Right, we need some sleep. Oh, the bridge. It's not too long and it's close enough to the settlement to make a difference. Might as well get it done. Now that we know what we're doing, it should go up pretty quick. The beauty of symmetry. Now, we got a bit of fog, have we? Oh, where's that little thing I dropped off? Is that it there? There it is. It looks like it even... Yeah, that's the one. I thought I put it in there somewhere, but I didn't. No, that's the one. Yep. Okay, let's go. Waste not, want not. This is a good bit down, but we might as well get it out of there. Now, I'm carrying the materials I need anyway, so we should be able to get this in without too much of a hitch. Where is it? There it is. Uh-oh. No, we'll get it, we'll get it. Oh, yeah, it's very close. I don't know about the trees on this one, guys. It's gonna be kind of dodgy with the trees. Oh, we're good for a tree here. No, it's not. Yeah, and that's half a mile. No, we're good. Just enough time. Or just enough room. And to you too, Jamie. I hope you've been having a wonderful Christmas. We're just putting the last finishing touches on this. I had an opportunity to do it a day or two ago, but decided to leave it so I'd have a reason to stream tonight. So, how did Santa treat you, Jamie? Now I'll just get something to drink. Yeah, pretty good. My son's obviously come to visit. I'll be staying around probably for a few days, and yeah, pretty good. Yeah, I'm kind of stuffed. My doggos are kind of in a coma as well. Let's just say they had too much turkey. Never really liked turkey that much. It's okay. Don't get me wrong, but I always found it pretty dry. But Rex has been kind of bonding with his new toy as well. He's got that one. He's got that one covered up with his comfort blanket. Even enough stuffing, yeah. No, very dry, yeah. I would prefer some nice lamb, something like that, you know. But yeah, I've always found it to be a bit on the bland side. But, you know, that's what sauces are for. But I was never a big lover of, you know, of sauce and stuff. Yeah, that's pretty much what I did. Yeah, I went beef and lamb as well. But I always eat beef. Yeah, every day. I eat far too much meat, to be honest. I would say 75-80% of my diet is meat. Bacon is good as well, yeah. I got some nice bacon ribs for a change. Excuse me, one moment. Yeah, I think I had them yesterday as well. Some bacon ribs, you know, boiled. Oh, really nice. But, my God, small portion of bacon ribs in a local supermarket. Decent enough portion. But it was almost €10. Come on, guys. €10, really. And then you had to cook it as well. You know? Yeah. I would say the same, yeah. At least 80%. Yeah. Yeah. But I remember the same ones, let's say, and this wasn't too long, about 3 months ago. I think they were €7. Now there were, what, 9 something. I think 9.80 or something. Yeah, prices are ridiculous. Really are. They'll be pricing us out of food eventually. Yeah, we'll make it anyway, and then I'll slot it into place. This will be the hardest thing to do, to get this exact. Well, the distance was reasonable. But my favorite would be definitely beef. Do you know what they're doing here, Jonathan? And they've been doing it for the last few years, I've noticed. Tell me, are they doing the same in the UK with bacon? You cannot, including rashers, bacon slices, you cannot for the life of you find any with rind. You know, before you get a nice bacon cut and there be that nice rind skin? All gone. Literally all gone. Everything. And what they've been doing is they've been dyeing the fat to make it look like rind. I think what they're doing is they're taking it off and they're selling it elsewhere, which I think is pretty bad. Yeah, for nearly a year. Oh my. But always, yeah, yeah. There's a lot of things. You know, we are omnivores. You know, we definitely need meat. I think you could live on it, all right, but you would be denying yourself a lot of important stuff you need. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Now they'll probably hear. Oh, sorry, you're in Australia. My apologies. Yeah, they'll probably say all rind is bad for you. Well, why don't they cut off the soft fat that's on it then as well? They won't, which is horrible. It was my favorite part, you know, the rind. I know it's bad for you, of course it is, but still. Hmm. Yeah, I do eat a lot of eggs as well. Pretty much, yeah, that's my diet, you know, pretty much. Yeah, for the life of me, I cannot find something with that. I think what they've been doing is they've been kind of collecting it up, and I don't know. I know that it's pretty popular in Asia, so they're probably, you know, getting that. But like, it's much like games, isn't it, guys? Where you bought a piece of food, and obviously, you know, you'd expect the rind to be there, and now they're removing that, putting the prices up of that as well, and selling that elsewhere. It's much like, let's say, removing a vital part of a video game, and then as you're playing it, trying to sell it to you, you know, during the game. But in this, yeah. Mm. Mm. Meat is brown when chilled. Yeah, not red raw. It is, yeah. It is. It's a kind of pale, kind of brown. Yeah. I did work for several years in a processing plant. I would be very, very familiar. Yeah, it's pretty hard to stomach, you know, but you get sensitized, desensitized to it, you know, after a while. But I was just a kid when I worked there, you know. Yeah, the red is a dye actually, and the bacon you get, it's injected with water. That's to improve its weight. Yeah. The food was a lot different, Jamie. It really was, especially the dairy products. Now they've been processed so much. Anything that's any good in them, it's gone. Like I remember, let's say, you know, when you got milk, especially here in my town, you get that natural thick layer of cream on top. Nah, not anymore. All you get now is the leftover slop. Mm. Yeah, the food was much better. One of the things I could do, let's say, if I could time travel, is I would go back to maybe the late 70s or early 80s and get a decent fish and chip here. Yeah, it's rubbish now. Yeah, yeah. It was just straight from the cow, pasteurized, and sold to you. It wasn't touched. They just get it from the cow, they would pasteurize it, you get the milk. Now they get it from the cow, they run it through a ton of machines, taking anything they want from it for more expensive kind of stuff. And the junk that's left, they would pasteurize that and sell it to you. Mm. Yeah. Now, let's say if you do get some fish, it tastes horrible, and it's just like a tiny strip of it with about 70% batter. Ugly, ugly half-raw batter. In any restaurant, well, any takeaway you go to. Before, 98% of it was really top quality cod, and there'd be a thin layer of crispy batter. The cod would have been chopped into fine pieces and then kind of pressured into a kind of rectangle kind of thing, and that would have been covered in, oh, it was really nice. Really good. Yeah. Yeah, the square of cod, yeah. Mm. Yeah, yeah. Well, we're still okay here food-wise. It's just what they've been doing is that they've been taking little bits and pieces of it. You know? You know? And that's like if you ordered, let's say, let's say a meal in a restaurant, and there was certain sauces that you liked with it, and then let's say, before you know it, they've taken your sauce away, which was always included. It's even worse than that because it is part of the product. I've never used the vinegar. Yeah, I've never used the vinegar. But no, the salt is kind of okay. Yeah, the salt is salt. Like meat is meat. Even salt, let's say, would have been obviously less changed. One could say what you're feeding animals would affect it, but salt is pretty natural. Yeah. Open up, yeah. Yeah, my local guy now, I did turn to him. And I got some nice, this was about 3 years ago, I got some nice lamb rolls, and I brought them home, and my wife was cooking them, and I got this horrible smell. I was upstairs, and as I said, I did work in a rendering plant. I know that smell, and basically it's the smell of fat rendering. So I got her to stop. She was stinking out the whole place. I took it out and I cut it open. I spent time as a trainee butcher for a while. And what they did was this. This was brutal, Jonathan. They got a bone and they put it in the center. They wrapped a huge chunk of fat round it. And then on the outside, a really, really thin layer of lamb. Just barely colored. And they pawned it off as lamb roll. Absolutely revolting. The smell was unbelievable. It was like roadkill. Fat would be rendered down for certain chemicals on these plants, and it has a very distinct smell. Yeah. It wasn't even good fat. It was soft. That soft, horrible fat. Yeah, he basically conned me, and that's it. I'd never buy anything from him again. Horrible, horrible little creep. Yeah. Well, the food here, like, it's pretty good by any standards, international, because, most of their business would be done sort of. They've got to kind of protect the food industry part of it. No chemicals, no steroids, zero. Massive accountability for, where a certain animal will come from right from birth, let's say, to slaughter. Logbooks, all that kind of stuff. Tests, you name it, Basic sloppy to such a point you didn't enjoy the meat. Eesh. Yeah. But there's one fast food chain here, and it's called Supermax. Apparently this guy about 30-40 years ago started it off. I think he was from around the County Galway. Yeah, I think, somewhere from there. But yeah, it was kind of okay. I never liked the beef burgers, and it had a weird smell. And as I said, I worked in plants, and when I get a specific smell, yeah, Galway, wasn't it? Yeah, Galway, yeah. Did you ever get the smell? Yeah, you're Irish, aren't you, Jimmy? Did you ever get that weird smell from a beef burger in Supermax? Yeah. Now, if you're the kind of person that would use a lot of sauces and stuff, it will be disguised. But get yourself a plain burger in there, just bread and meat, and smell that thing. It's horrible. I'll tell you why. It's probably 70% fat, dyed red. Horrible junk. It's like a cross between roadkill and bad feet. Yeah, I can pick it up, because, I'm pretty used to. Yeah, that's what it's like. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what that is. That's the rendering part. when the fat starts to break down. So what they've been doing with the burgers is they've got way too much fat mixed in, Jamie, and they've probably dyed it red, you know. But it probably tastes okay. And if you have got a ton of stuff on it, you know, it's okay. But it's disgusting. So I always used to go for maybe cotton chips or a snack box. Did you get the chicken in there lately? I was in there about 2 years ago. My good God. It's brutal. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, absolutely. When you're in a country, let's say, that would depend a lot on exports from beef, you'll get some pretty good stuff. Yeah, it's always the case. It keeps them fair. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But yeah, I think it was maybe a year and a half, 2 years ago. I went in, myself and my son. I said, okay, it couldn't have gotten worse. I was wrong. I was very wrong. We went in, Jamie, and I ordered a snack box. The drumsticks, how could I put this? They were 2.5 times the size they should have been for normal chicken. The top part was huge, and it tasted revolting. They've probably been shipping it in. I don't know what they're doing with the chickens. These guys came straight from Chernobyl. There's something weird, but it really, really, really put me off. You know, yeah, yeah. 10 years ago would have been different. It was even then, Jimmy. Unless you went into Supermax, let's say, when it was a pub night, you know, on the weekend where they were getting the food in fresh because it was going out quickly. Even let's say, you know, 1/3 of the time, I would just chuck it in the bin. It was so bad. And I'm not exactly the most fussiest either, but I do expect, let's say, my chips to be cooked. You know, yeah, I expect the food to be cooked, which to do a really bad job in Supermax. Yeah. Oh, brutal. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I was in Supermax one time, Jamie. You know when you ordered the snack box, and this when it was edible, let's say. And yeah, 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 yeah. It was even better before that. But you know, you order the snack box, and they'll put the chicken in and the chips on top. They'll come along and they'll have a napkin. They'll throw it over the chips and they'll kind of push it down on the box. Yeah, that's the usual thing. Well, this lady came along, got my snack box. I was watching her for a while beforehand. You know, they wear the t-shirts and the black ski pants thingy. You know, that kind of stuff. And yeah, she pushed my chips into place with her bare hand, without a napkin. Now, you might say I'm kind of fussy, but the problem was about 5 minutes earlier, I actually saw where that hand was. She was at the back, and I was watching her from the counter. She had her hand on the back of her ski pants, and she was really, really scratching that bum. She was really, I mean, scratching that bum. And then she touched my food. So she came in the snack box with a smile on her face. I wasn't smiling. I wasn't too rude. I said, I don't want that snack box. And she said, why? And I'm paraphrasing this a little bit. I don't remember the exact words, but I said, you can put that snack box where you had your hand 5 minutes ago. And I walked out, and that was it. There's no way you could be expected to take that kind of stuff, you know. Plus, I noticed her fingernails, Jonathan, and there was a lot of gunk under her fingernails as well. Now, that's not her fault. That's the manager's fault. You know, hygiene should be number one. You know, that's the manager's fault. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. That was extra, Jimmy. Yeah. Absolutely, I would sack her so bad. A person like that could destroy your business. Plus, anyway, she was really unkempt, and I think this was a normal thing. So there was obviously a ton of signs leading up to this, and she was just, you know, let do her own thing. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I'm even against anyone touching my food with their hands. I know, obviously, in certain circumstances, you know, because, you know, lots of people Well, yeah, they can be pretty hygienic, but when it comes to serving other people food, they don't really, think about it. I think it should be mandatory to wear gloves, you know. Plus, I think it should be mandatory when you're wearing gloves if you're also on a job that requires cleaning tables and stuff, you've got to change your gloves. Because wearing gloves is not going to protect you if those gloves were doing the same thing their hands were doing, you know. Even if it costs a little bit extra, like, what's a set of gloves? A couple of cents maybe if you buy a large packet of those disposable gloves. But I think that would be a good kind of thing, let's say, for a restaurant to advertise that at no stage your food is going to be touched by a human hand. I think a lot of people will go for that. Mm. Where I'm at back in the front God. Yeah. Unfortunately, it happens. Yeah. It wasn't an accident, Jamie. Of course not. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Should be gloved up. Absolutely. Yeah. Another day at my McDonald's, at the end of the curly fries, there was a dead moth. Protein. You're lucky. Yeah, you were just lucky. You got the one with protein. Yeah. Did they charge you extra for that one? Yeah. Yeah, one job, one glove. Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, McDonald's was never a great place to eat anyway, guys, was it? But you're talking about a hair, you think that's bad. But obviously there's a bit more to the story. I have a friend, and he used to eat, and I'm talking 3 decades ago. He used to eat at the local kind of takeaway kind of thing, But he got a pizza, and there was some coins baked into the pizza. Then a few months passed, and he got a pizza, and then there was a band-aid and a fingernail. He got rid of that. He's worse to keep going there. Then I think he stopped going when he got a pizza, and then there was hair baked into the pizza. Now, guys, this hair was very heavy, very thick and curly. So you know what I mean. This was no accident. This didn't fall from someone's arm or, someone's head. And this was body hair. And it was baked into his pizza. So, I think maybe there was something personal going on there. Yeah, why did he ever go back? You see, he was fond of drink, and, they'd come out of the pubs and there would be, blotto. And, of course, you get the munchies and stuff, and obviously you wouldn't be thinking straight, when you're under the influence. And that's the only sense I can make of it, yeah. Oh, brutal. You get these restaurants here, Jamie, for want of a better word. And did you notice they only open up at night when the people are coming out from the pubs, when they know no different? To just get that kind of pub trade coming out. Because they can feed them that slop, and they probably won't tell the difference. Yeah. Keep away from any place that only opens up at about 7 or 8 p.m. onwards on a weekend. They're dead trap. Yeah. But I remember, let's say, I was quite young. I was only about 6 or 7 when I was living in another county. And this is awfully. But it was a local kind of family restaurant. The usual thing here, Jamie. They're almost all, let's say, kind of Italians would be doing it, that moved here during the 50s and 60s, and then their sons and cousins would kind of take over. And, I'm not beating down, let's say, on the Italians, just on the quality of the food in restaurants in general. It's just coincidence that they were Italian, But, they used to do a quarter pounder. This would have been probably back in the early 80s. Everyone loved this quarter pounder. Yeah, they were coming from miles for this quarter pounder. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But, so everyone would come from miles around to get these quarter pounders, or half pounders, whatever they were. But there was a guy who used to go there regularly, and then he seen the owner of the restaurant and they were shopping in the same place. And the owner of the restaurant was coming out with a huge shopping trolley, and it was full right to the brim of really large tins of dog food. Now, the guy found this pretty strange because, you know, the guy only owned one kind of miniature dog, and this was far too much food. So he went into the restaurant, he ordered a quarter pounder, he packeted it up, and he sent it off to the food standards. They checked it out, and it was 100% dog food. 100% dog food he was making the burgers from. He was shut down immediately, license taken. But they have a way around it. What he did was he signed over his business to his nephew, and now his nephew is running it, and he's working there. Horrible, isn't it? Yeah, dog food. Oh, the lady who was eating some beef curry in Dublin City, you remember that, Jamie? She found something hard in the beef curry and she's kind of spit it out, and it was a microchip from a pet. Yeah. That was on the national newspaper. I remember I read that. Yeah, I give all of the fast food restaurants here a wide berth, but most especially the ones that only open at night to cater for the bar and nightclub trade. Those ones, you're taking life into your own hands with those guys. Yeah, there was another guys that set up a kind of kebab place. So they do fish and chips as well. My wife went and collected me some. I was waiting in the car, and long before she got to the car, I said, "No, don't get in here." I could smell the fish and chips. I could literally smell it from where I was. So I got out. I looked at the chips. They had a lot of hard grease on them, so they were cold. And when I broke open the cod, a green kind of goo dribbled out, like something from a horror movie, like something from Aliens. So I know exactly what happened. What he did was, when he took the fish out, he thawed it out. He left it in a tray where it was kind of steeping in the water. Yeah. So obviously he didn't use it. So he took it back from the tray, and he probably put it back in the freezer. You get me? And then some idiot like me came along, and then he thawed it out again and cooked it for me. It was gone off beyond words. Yeah. Food industry is pretty dodgy. It really is, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty dodgy. But, yeah, just, always be careful, But it's unbelievable to say that the only one you can kind of half trust, let's say, would be the like of McDonald's. But then you'll get individual employees, and they're pretty dodgy. But I think it's everywhere, really, Jamie. I've seen this across a ton of other countries in Europe as well. It's not just here. It's just now, let's say, our standards are beginning to drop a lot, I've seen this in a ton of European countries, especially in these kind of out-of-the-way little places, let's say, where they would probably rely on local trade, Yeah, I've seen it everywhere. But some real horrible stuff. I personally have gotten food poisoning 3 times from local restaurants. Do fresh chips, yeah. The chicken isn't great. The kebabs are tasteless, yeah. And they're as mean as anything, yeah. Let's say if they know how to run a spot, then yeah. It's a lot got to do with, I suppose, certain in the smaller villages. Maybe you get one, and they have a kind of monopoly, I suppose, on it. But as I said, they would mostly be relying on pub trade, for that kind of thing. But I remember here when the food was actually quite good, Jamie. I remember one time in particular. Do you know much of Offaly? Do you know Kilcormac? It's a small village. It's probably roughly about halfway between Burr and Tullamore. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's like a little, they can do what they want. But if you're familiar with that, I remember back in the mid 80s, there used to be yeah, you know it, Kilcormac, yeah. Well, you know, let's say if you're coming from the Tullamore side, just when you get into Kilcormac, if you look to the left, I don't know if it's still there, it's been 20 years or more since I've been there, maybe even 3 decades. There used to be a little kind of family ran restaurant there. I don't know if it's still there. They used to do food that was great. It was nice and clean and perfect. And they used to have mushrooms in batter, which was really good. And I know it was a long time ago, but even by that standards, they weren't really expensive either. They were very, very reasonable. Yeah, and that was used to be one of my favorite spots. There was another one in Portlaoise. Oh my God! Once I went there. Once is all it took. Yeah. Oh, they were really nice. Yeah, they were my favorite. Yeah, and they cooked them really well. Very clean. Very good place. What you had there was probably a family running that with family members working there. So obviously they did their best, to keep the business running. Hmm. It could have been Mount Rat. Yeah, yeah. But do you know in Mount Rat? Do you know the Italian takeaway there? That was the cousin of the other guy that was doing the dog burgers. Yeah, yeah. Nice. I'm still kind of paranoid, to be honest, when I get fast food. I've seen too much. Yeah, I've seen too much. Remember when I was saying when I was quite young, I was working in a processing plant. We would do everything, let's say, from slaughter to packaging and stuff like that. No, no, you see, it's been, since I was in Mount Rat, it's probably been about 30, 40 years ago. So things would be completely different. Nah, I doubt it. No, this wouldn't have been, kebabs wouldn't have even been it. Yeah, it wouldn't have been a thing that time. You were just going to get chips and you get ordinary chicken and stuff. They didn't even progress that time to, let's say, having spices and stuff on chicken. It was pretty, but you were better off. You kind of knew what you were getting, kind of thing. But yeah, but let's say during some kills, let's say once the veterinary surgeon would check the stock they had, some of the livestock would be condemned, which mean they had some kind of disease or something, let's say, and were not fit for human consumption. So those would have been slaughtered, and then they would have been rendered, like I said, for chemicals and stuff, or maybe even going to some kind of pet food. And I don't even think it was for pet food. That's illegal as well. You couldn't even give this stuff to pets. Yeah. Yeah, it's been a long time since I was there, Jamie. But yeah. So I used to be, let's say, on the conveyor belt checking this out, and it was coming down, and I was afraid to touch it with gloves. I'm not joking. The pieces that were coming down the conveyor belt, Jamie, they looked like they were moving. They were yellow. They had tumors. They had tumors as big as golf balls. I'm nearly it was so ridden with disease that it was literally moving. But I'd get it quickly and pack it away into wax boxes, and that would go into storage. So the wax boxes were very distinct. Yeah. A few good spots, yeah. No, there's still some good spots. I'm not hitting them all. I'm saying the way it used to be. But Supermax is brutal. Yeah. They've gone downhill a lot, But yeah, I was familiar with the wax boxes. And there was I was just a kid at the time. There was a lot of other guys working with me as well. Yeah. Yeah, just sharing, of course. And he went to a local hotel where we were drinking. And he tried to get out to the toilet, but took the wrong door and went out to the backyard. And when he went out to the backyard, he seen a ton of those empty boxes kind of stacked up and ready to be dumped. And he was saying, hang on, what's this hotel doing with 25 boxes that used to carry, we called it screwed beef, it was condemned beef, with each box carrying anywhere from 20 to 30 kilos. That's literally probably 500-600 kilos of meat. So obviously he knew. So he told the other lads, and yeah, they stopped going there. But strangely enough, the main menu in that hotel was beef curry. So this is what I'm telling you about spicy foods. They were using that as no one could convince me they weren't. Criminal, absolutely, Jonathan. Criminal. There's no now. This was condemned even for pets. Once you put that in, once you put those spices on that food, that's it. You remember why spices actually, became popular. Mostly, let's say, the further you go south, where it gets warmer, and let's say pathogens getting into food would have been a serious problem. The spices and that it was a way basically of sterilizing the food, but it also killed the taste. So that kind of stuff. Yeah. No, in general, I don't trust restaurants in general. There's always going to be a weak link. Yeah. But this goes on everywhere, Jonathan. It could be going on in your favorite restaurant, you wouldn't even know. It's only when it hits the papers or something you actually see. Like take Tesco for instance. Um, their store brand burgers were withdrawn because they contained horse meat, and if that wasn't bad enough, condemned horse meat, which would have been full of tranquilizers and stuff as well. Yes, you remember that one? Yeah, you remember that one? Yeah. But what they did is what a lot of corporations would do. They hired the second party, which had a bit of a reputation, so everything looked above board. The problem was, Jamie, was the subcontracting. That second corporation or business was buying stuff from other people that they didn't check enough. So Tesco would have plausible deniability. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of problems. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, sweet good God. They were disposing of bodies. What's a dim sim, Jonathan? Are we going the kind of Soylent Green route with this one? That is unbelievable. A kind of Sweeney Todd thing. Yeah, what's a dim sim? But that's unbelievable, but beyond words. If they were chucking bodies somewhere into the food chain. Oh, sweet good God. For human consumption. Oh my God, that's an absolute Sweeney Todd. Those guys should get the death sentence. Oh my good God. Yeah, that is brutal. Oh, yeah, post that one on Discord. That's right out of a horror novel. That's Sweeney Todd. Oh my goodness! Like it's one thing getting a pet or something in food, or even let's say food that's been condemned, but a human being in the food. My good God. Hmm. It can. It can. The best way to work it out is eat little, eat often, Jamie, and vary your diet as much as possible. You know. Yeah. But I was just talking about Aldi. I remember back in the 80s, a friend of a friend, let's say, would exclusively shop in Aldi's. And, he had a few kids, obviously. And the kids were, slightly overweight. But they were always pretty pale and pretty tired and that. So he brought them and got them checked out. They were suffering, Jamie, from malnutrition. How's that? They were getting tons of food, but the food was useless. Yeah. They couldn't thrive on the food. They could put on weight and everything, but it was lacking the basic stuff. Yeah. General chat, okay. Perfect. Jonathan, thank you. General chat is perfect. Yeah, malnutrition. because they were eating out of Aldi's. But no, obviously that was a long time ago. The food quality has changed. Now, not all food in Aldi's, is cheap processed stuff. It's just the really cheap stuff in there, and they've got some good stuff as well. They've got really good beef and stuff like that. So, they process it too much and they take anything that's any good from it. Thank you. Looking forward to seeing that one. That's like something out of a mafia thing, isn't it? But a story like that, it would stop you getting takeaways forever. Skinny burgers. They're good in there. Yeah, I do a lot of air frying too. I usually use it for the likes of Giga Chomps and stuff. Oh, great, yeah, but yes, it was linked to organize. Oh my good God. Yeah, it does sound something like the mafia, doesn't it? But surely, even, hardened criminals will have some kind of moral compass and not to dump it into the food chain. I'm sure they could have, did a kind of Guy Ritchie kind of thing and, chopped it up and fed it to pigs, which is kind of still in the food chain. But, give it a Viking funeral or something. Horrible. Yeah. It's all about moderation, Jimmy. You need fat, you need meat, you need salt, you need sugar, you need certain amounts of it. The problem is, let's say, because they're adding extra stuff to food, too much, let's say, you're getting too much of it. Too much of anything is a bad thing. Everything in moderation is good. Even alcohol in moderation is good, Yeah. You need to vary your diet a lot. And you want to keep especially as you get older, you want to keep your metabolism running. So eat little and eat often. As someone said to me, always leave the food table hungry. Yeah. Always leave it when you're hungry. Because you've got this system built in where you'll overeat, It's just a temporary thing. You'll be hungry for a little bit and then it will pass, There's enough in foods, in sugar and that, yeah, in most foods, especially in the likes of fruit and that. But there's a good bit you can tolerate too, Yeah.
A home is where the work is.
Now let's see if we can do something with this, guys. I just gotta move it a little bit to the side here. We're kind of way off, aren't we? Kind of over and back. Oh, it might not let us either, huh? I would say there. Oh, that didn't look too bad, is it? Yeah, we could maybe just push it a fraction. I think we have it. This will be the hardest thing to do. The rest will be pretty easy. Keeping this little guy. Oh, I see. That's as far as it goes. Yeah. It's probably a thing underneath, maybe. There. That's not too bad. I think we can live with that, guys. Yeah, that looks sweet. I think we got it. Would you guys know? I don't think I had one, but I'd imagine there's there's a lot of potato in it, I'd say. Being super healthy, being a pure. Most people are like that, Jamie, yeah. Especially if we're going out or, we find it hard to source in some food. Had a US streamer friend say They've never heard of them. Yeah. Yeah, I've heard of them, alright. I don't think I've actually had one. I probably did. Yeah. Yeah. I think I did have, yeah. I think I did have. Spice bags, yeah. Yeah. Well, to be honest, I can't really take any kind of spices. I have an ulcer, which has been with me a long, long time. So, to a certain extent, let's say, even with medication, I get away with a lot. But spicy food I can't get away with, you know. But I was never really fond of it anyway, to be honest. So all the food I would eat, I'd say by some people's standards would be considered to be kind of bland in a sense, you know. I wouldn't touch sauces because I don't like them. So if I'm eating a burger, I would prefer to have it plain. I mean, you know, just grill kind of stuff. And that's why I can kind of, I suppose, you know, notice if a burger is kind of smelling a bit, you know. Kellogg's, banana bubbles, the start, yeah. Yeah. I'm on medication for life because of one. But it's my own fault, really. I used to work some really long hours and, you know, I would probably go 12 hours or more without eating, taking no breaks, stuff like that. And that will, over time, you know, take its toll, of course. Here. Let's maybe move that a little bit. That's not bad, just... There, guys, that's perfect. Now I think we have it. Right, let's do our thing. We need to go over, we need to get some trees. Yeah, but that's all the horror stories I have about food. But, I don't know. I think the takeaway from this is, don't trust anything you get if you don't prepare it yourself. You know, stuff might be done incorrectly and it might even be an accident, maybe, you know. But unless you actually buy and prepare the food yourself, you really don't know what's going on. You live alone. Have an air fryer. Yeah. 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 I always have an air fryer, and I have one on backup as well in case it breaks down. There it is. Going the wrong way. Just leave it there for a moment. Get you out of the way and we just go over and collect another one. We can destroy the rest after we finish this. But, you know, a lot would be taken into account there, how much of a certain thing you would consume. Even the water table could be taken into account. How much exercise you get, and your age is a big thing. Yeah. Now, let's get this. Let me get you out of the way for a moment. There. Oh, there. That was quick. Now what we've got to do is do exactly what we were doing before. I don't think I've seen those, yeah. But I remember I got even some really expensive burgers. It's going back about 2 or 3 years ago. And I stay away from burgers that said 80% beef with a vengeance. They smell horrible and they taste foul. The best you can get would be something that's 99% beef. The rest would be salt and other stuff, you know. They're probably the best. But you'd be surprised how many expensive brands like Findus and that would do 80% beef. If you want a decent burger, yeah, keep away from those guys. Yeah, I always do that. But I've got a big oven and stuff, and, you know, it works out pretty decent. But looks like I'll be eating turkey for a while. The next couple of days, anyway. I suppose my doggos will give me a hand with that. Now, on this stuff. Let's see if I can line this up properly. You see. Not bad. See, once I landed once, I'm pretty decent with the rest of them. You can move your character, but that will roughly still stay in the same space. At least I hope it will. 2 more at the other side. Just basically exactly what we did on the other side. And then we're good. Now that we know what we're doing, it can go much quicker. Oh, a terrier, nice. Really friendly. She couldn't stop him. She couldn't keep him. So my folks took him in. Yeah. Yeah, I couldn't imagine living without a pet, especially a dog, you know. But terriers are really nice. But with my experience, I found with terriers, it's best to only keep one. They're not that tolerant. Well, let's say, on average, they're not that tolerant, let's say, of other doggos. But that's just my experience. Now, let's see if we can get this into shape. But let's say, yeah, I've had terriers about 4 or 5 times. Terriers, but to be honest, for the last 20 years, all Poms. Yeah, all Pomeranians. Before that, Golden Retrievers, lovely dogs. Terriers, sausage dogs, you name it. Fox Terrier. My God, they're an intelligent, cute little thing. Okay, we're going now. And my sister was at the front door. The dog sprinted back into the bed in the city. Yeah, they do bond pretty quickly. I had an Airedale. That was great. Nice. Yeah. I've never been without a dog since I was 5. Let's say after losing a dog, there might be a period for a year, maybe more, where it's pretty bad, you know, when you lose a doggo. Like my guys now are, Rex is almost a teenager in our years, so. You know, the lifespan of a Pomeranian is usually around a decade. So, you know, Toby and Rex are... Well, Toby is... I think Toby's 12 in March. And I think Rex is 13 in... No, Toby's gone 12 since October. Rex is 13 in March. Yeah. So their time is nearly up, really. And I've been kind of dreading that. There we go, we're getting there, guys. But we'll soon have it done. Yeah, brutal, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely brutal. No matter when they pass away. You know, the longer you have them, the more painful it is. 20 human years. Yeah, cats can last a long time. No joking, Gazoo. I've got a terrapin. I'm looking at him now. The wife brought him home. Some friend wanted to discard him, which is terrible. I'm not really into terrapins. But no joking. He's well over 20 years here. Yeah. He keeps making faces at me in his tank. But you can't really bond with an animal like that. They're not even that aware, of you. Not even, I think, a lizard, let's say, you can kind of bond a little bit more. It's a terrapin. It's like a breed of turtle. Yeah. Oh, sorry. That's got to be a near record status. Yeah. 20 years. No, I've heard of it before. I've even heard of some doggos going on for even more. No, cats are pretty decent, I'd say, when it comes to age. I think I was chatting with an old lady once. I think she had a cat for like 23 years or something. But yeah, they can pass away quite young. But usually with cats is they'll stray out under traffic or get trapped by other animals. Usually with cats. But they can last, a long time. Yeah, about 20 years. I'd say what would be the average, Jonathan? Probably about 15, 16 years, where you get a good percentage of them that might get to 20. Yeah, I've done the same over my pets, yeah. He's 11. Yeah, with a bit of luck, he might be around for another decade, with a bit of luck. Yeah, they're kind of come and go from the house. 3 days in the vets. On the way out, the double of five door open and he left. He squatted and left a chocolate 99 with a flake on the ground right in front of the sliding doors. Then booted off to the car. He told the vets funny, thought about the place. The funny thing is, whoever steps out of those sliding doors won't be happy. Oh, he left the 99 there. I get you. Yeah, my guy had to stay in for one night, overnight, in the vets. God, I felt terrible leaving him there. Yeah, he had eye damage. But I went to one guy and he said he'd lose the eye because he was too lazy. But I went to another guy, he said he'd save it, And obviously I went with him, but he did a good job. But you wouldn't even know he had damage now. But he had to stay overnight, obviously. And I remember leaving the way my doggo looked at me, like I was deserting them. Oh, that one really stung. Because, you see, Toby he was deserted before, you know what I mean? I got him when he was about 10 months old and he had a pretty rough time of it, so he probably thought it was happening again. Yeah, that one cut me real bad, Yeah, they've definitely got their personalities. But doggos are very, very, very susceptible to trauma. If they've had a rough time, when they're puppies, they'll carry that trauma all through their life. Yeah, they get a bit better, obviously, when they start to trust again and, stuff like that, but they're never the same. No. Yeah, 2 of my 3 doggos. Well, I'd say less of an adoption, more of an intervention, Jamie. Yeah. Max's story is a horror story. right out of a horror movie. Toby, more stupidity than that, you know. Not done maliciously or spitefully, just out of sheer ignorance and stupidity. But still enough to traumatize him, you know. But he's the toughest small dog I've ever seen. Yeah, he fears zero. Yeah. Well, yeah, it is. Instead of putting demand on the market, let's say, you know, that I think, you know, pets are a great thing, don't get me wrong. But, you know, you're better off helping a doggo, you know, and getting another one again. Yeah, it is. I used to foster and volunteer a lot, and then my job started. Yeah, you need a lot of time as well. I used to do a lot of charity work for, you know, stuff, and obviously, you know, collections and stuff. And in my career, let's say, you know, a lot of other stuff as well. You know, my wife, yeah, she worked for years and years and years as well. You know. But the way I see those organisations here, Jamie, these charity organisations, that have a slew of workers in that, you know, want to work to make the situation better. Then you get one person in charge and they're on a wage. Not right, you know. Yeah, not right. If you're going to do something like that, do it for the right reasons. Especially, let's say, in places where you would donate stuff and the proceeds would go to, you know, these funds. You know. Charities are a scam. Yeah, most of them are. That's what I was kind of saying in a diplomatic way. My wife did some volunteer work in a charity shop. And the stuff she's seen, yeah, she wouldn't do it again then. Yeah. Not good. And it's not the vast majority of staff. They're there for the right reasons. You get one person in charge, and they're usually like some kind of a Karen that's running a restaurant, you know, abusing their employees and that. But you're working for nothing there, so they can't really abuse you, you know. But, yeah, greedy, mean, selfish. And I wouldn't be surprised if they were doing a little bit of embezzling. But I'm not saying they are, but, you know, that kind of greed, you know. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. Everything else is fleeting. But I think it's a very, very healthy thing to do, to introduce kids to pets at a very early stage in their life. Obviously supervised, you know. It teaches them a lot, you know. That's not too bad. Just going with our torches and going with the other guys. My granddad loved dogs. My dad and... Yep. Oh, a bit of a ground wobble there, but we'll see. Yeah, not too bad. All we need is the lighting, guys. Yeah, yeah. I don't... The way they ran, obviously, and the scandals we've heard about, I don't really trust them. You know, I don't think enough of the proceeds would get through to, you know, the good causes. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. But I've seen cases where that went really, really bad. If you get parents that will let kids play with their pets, and remember, kids need to learn as well. You know, dragging and pulling little puppies and chucking them over hedges and dropping them from high heights. Well, the kid wouldn't understand. It's the parents I really blame there. Like one of the doggos I had, he suffered, because of things like that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. So you got to teach them. They don't learn themselves. You teach them that, then they'll bond with the animal, and then that's right at the right development stage of their life. I was ever telling you the story about Max, Jamie, but it's right out of a horror movie. Yeah, he was part of a litter. The people were okay. They just were stupid, but they would let their kids, do whatever they wanted, but they wouldn't supervise them, with the puppies. Don't blame the kids, the kids didn't know. They were just toys. But there was about 3 or 4 of them in the litter, Jamie. But I think 1 or 2, the kids put them into a tumble dryer and turned it on. Yeah. Until it, ran out. The kids obviously weren't supervised. So I think social services should be called in there. But yeah, eventually they called someone out anyway to fix the tumble dryer, and the guy refused, and I think he threw up outside. But the doggos were shredded inside the tumble dryer. So you can imagine the kind of abuse, the dogs were going through. But through a friend of mine, I managed to get the survivor, But I still have to isolate him from the other dogs. He's very territorial, he's very paranoid. I wouldn't trust this guy around kids, which is a pity. He's a really nice dog. Yeah. Yeah. I think there should be more of a punishment for idiot dog owners. There's only stupidity will only cut you so much slack, and stuff like that. Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. But the amount of indifference and the amount of lack of empathy, it's amazing. I would have to say that would carry straight through on their parents' personality to actual real people. There's no other way you can swing it. It's a horrible situation. It really is. And the authorities don't enforce any laws, and you've really got to put a fire under their backside to even get them to do the most basic things. Horrible. Likely awful, of course. Yeah. Like, whether they're just idiots, and that's the best case scenario. They're absolute idiots. And if they're that stupid, giving them kids to wear is taking a chance, The same way they could leave those kiddos with dogs and they could rough treat them, the dog could turn around and snap their face off. So there's a definite danger to the kids as well. I would never blame the kids. The kids need to be taught. Yeah, well, the kids don't understand. You don't really develop empathy until you get to a certain age. It's definitely a learning process, but it's the parents. Yeah, it's not even that they care. They don't understand the consequences of harm and death, and how final something is. To a kid of 3 or 4 years of age, there's no knowledge of anything like that. They don't see it. Yeah. I remember when I was not much more than a teenager, probably in my very early 20s. But there was this idiot. He was living local, and he had this puppy. And I seen him from a distance. He would throw the puppy in the air and watch it smack on the ground. let's just say that he was assisted for eating for a while. I couldn't say the puppy. Yeah. Thankfully, the puppy, passed away pretty quick. Hmm. Yeah, I might have probably overdone it a little bit, Jonathan, I'm afraid. But those days, the law wouldn't really get involved in something. Now, if you did it now, unfortunately, you'd be going to jail. Before, you had a lot of leeway with something like that, you know. Hmm. Yes, yes. But I do remember meeting some old friends a good few years back, and we were talking about this person. And, one of the locals that kind of disappeared after a while. And he said, "Oh, yeah." I said, whatever happened to that guy?" And he said, "Did you not hear?" Obviously, I was abroad working for a long time. And this would have been decades later. And he said, "Oh, yeah," he said, he's doing life in jail as a serial killer. Yeah, he killed 2 people in some kind of burglary or something. Yeah, tortured them to death. That's not surprising, is it? No. Yeah, that's classic psychopathic behavior, Jonathan. Animal abuse. It is. Lack of empathy, all of the stuff you need to be a serial killer. Yeah. All of this stuff manifests pretty early, Yeah, it does. All of the basic stuff you need to be a monster, But yeah, and would you believe I was not surprised? I was not surprised. A horrible human being. An oxygen thief. That's what he was. Yeah. Unbelievable. Very rare thing to see here, to be honest. Yeah. The way I do, let's say, with something like that, maybe I'm a little bit too soft, but it's a certain tone of voice that will respond to as well, I find, Jamie. I use a certain kind of voice when sometimes I shout at my doggos, obviously. They're yapping away and you've got a migraine. I think we've all done that. But under no circumstances will I ever hit my doggos. Now, if they've really been naughty, I will probably... I have cage here, and it's usually to protect him from the other dog when he's going down because he's quite violent, or vice versa. I would maybe leave them in the cage with the toys for about an hour, and then they'd kind of associate, okay, if I do something wrong, I'll probably go in the cage, like a kind of ball corner thing, Even that makes me feel guilty, to be honest. But you can't let your doggos go wild either. They will make your life a misery, and you're not really helping them, They need to have some kind of restraint. Why cats are better, yeah? Now, but my doggos, they're never more than 6 feet away from me. I couldn't imagine life without them. What are we doing? Oh yeah, there it is. Even if they're separated from me for a few hours, they get really anxious, Yeah, when they're puppies. But my problem was, Jamie, both of them I got when, they were almost beyond help. Yeah. It took a lot of time to build up trust and, between us, before I could really get through to them. Rex is different, yeah. Rex, let's say I got him as a puppy, but it's almost impossible to undo all the trauma, a dog would suffer as a puppy. But Toby has light years, from where he was. Max as well, but as I said, with Max, I would not let a kid play with Max under no circumstances. He's way, way, way too alpha, And he can be very, very self-centered dog, I know dogs too well, but Max, under no circumstances would I allow a kid to play with Max. If Max manages to corner any of the other two guys here, it's not, let's say, where dogs would snap at each other and turn their backsides and walk away, or if they do start to bite each other when one of them gets a decent bite, they'll stop. Max will try to kill another dog. He will not stop till they're dead. He is a dangerous dog. But I've got too much sympathy for him. I'd never get him put down, even though probably most people. Nah, he's gone too far. Yeah, Max, he's suffered too much. I'm pretty familiar with doggos, and I had them a long time. I even trained doggos to open doors and, use lots of things. And it's not that hard to do. A doggo needs to know what you mean. They usually go by tone of voice and that, But he's still, it's a miracle I managed to even get him around to where he is. Now, if there's no dogs, Gazoo, lovely dog, he cannot tolerate other dogs. Under no circumstances. He will not. The same way, that's why I wouldn't trust him with kids. He's the kind of dog that if you pushed him too far, he would most definitely bite. Me included, I would say. Yeah, absolutely. There are. My granddad used to do a lot in that. But to be honest, well, ever since maybe when my dad was young, obviously helping my granddad, I wouldn't have had as much experience around those, let's say, as my dad would. So, maybe going back to maybe it probably ended full time, maybe during the 60s or now. But yes, they're very, very intelligent. But very dangerous as well, guys, Those guys will really do you a lot of damage. But beautiful creatures, they really are. That's not too bad, we just bring this guy out of action. Yeah, my granddad trained them at one stage. Yeah, that's not too bad, is it? I think we have it, guys. A famous jockey. Nice. No, my granddad was into training, actually. Which I thought was a pretty decent accomplishment. He was in a wheelchair, polio, since he was, I think 13 or 14. But he was caught up in that polio thing in the early 1900s that swept the nation. This would have been probably just before the First World War. Yeah. Yeah. But, this guy, he didn't let a small thing like that, get in his way. But that generation, I swear, they were made out of iron. Yeah. I remember watching him as a kid. My God, it was dangerous. Yeah. I remember watching him as a kid. don't know how he got away with it, to be honest. But he did have an unusual bond with animals. They seemed to really trust him, you know. Yeah, he didn't let a small thing like that stop him. Well, it happened at such a young age. He probably didn't know much else. I think he might have been 10 or 12, I'm not sure. He was born in the 1890s, the late 1890s. Not too late, but yeah. And I think that thing happened, I think, around 1911 or 12, wasn't it? But he did love his dogs. I remember a trick he used to play on me. He used to wear those, you know, those trilby hats, you know, like they used to wear in the 20s and that. But I remember as a small kid, I'd go to visit him. You know, he'd be in his chair. But he had some kind of cane as well that he used to bring around. But he would have the cane right up the back of his coat, where I couldn't see it, going up to his hat. And then when I'd come over to hug him, he'd push the cane from the back and the hat would raise from his head. He was a joker, all right. Yeah, that's it, guys. So, what do you think? I think we're done here, aren't we? Pretty much. Yeah, that's the best we can do. Yeah, I think we're done. That's it, guys. We'll just wait till morning and I'll save it, and then when I get around to it, I can do the uploads. Now, just gotta wait till about 2 minutes in game so the settlers can get into the job, so whenever I'm doing a tour, everything will look kind of okay. That's it, we're done. I've literally done as much as I can here. I'll be sad to move from this game, but I've done everything in it. I couldn't bear another playthrough on this. Yeah, I think I've done my time. Love to get into Enshrouded. I'm hoping to do that early next year. Yeah, it might take them a few months next year to get it right and do that, but I think the Steam machine will be ready to go by then. That will be cool. No, not well. It's different from me, you know. Even though, let's say, I've been around them quite a bit, you know, especially as a kid. But they're very, very dangerous. You want to watch it, you know, when you're around the horse. Try not to ever stand, let's say, behind the horse. If they get spooked, they tend to kick out, and yeah, you can die. But I remember my dad's friend. I can remember. Yeah. Obviously, he forgot about that. But he got it right in the face. I think he lost about 7 teeth. He was lucky he didn't get killed. But let's say the most finicky would be the kind of hybrids, the donkeys, and especially the mule. They're legendary for kicking. But if a horse gets spooked or is in a bad mood, it can kick out. Yeah. But they're a pretty decent judge of character, a horse. With a horse, well, not like a dog, but like they'll kind of bond with you. That's, they'll kind of get used to your presence, and stuff. I remember where my granddad used to keep them. I would go to the kind of gate, there'd be foals and stuff and things, and the mare used to always come over to greet me. I used to, just put my hand out and would come over and, you could pet it and that. But even at that age, I would never get into the panic, with a horse. You can't as a kid, But, they were very tame and stuff like that, Yeah. Horses as well can, you know, much like pets, can get used to routes and stuff and kind of know where they're going. That's it. Just gotta wait a few minutes and... Here, I better stand here. Yeah, we just wait here for a minute, let the workers in and move around. That's not too bad. Would you believe I managed to squeeze just over 5 hours in this stream? I could have probably coming in and doing this in under an hour. Well, that's it. That's the end of Medieval Dynasty. Great game. Would recommend to anyone this game if you like this kind of thing. It's pretty decent. So yeah, I'd give this one a thumbs up. Oh, hang on, this guy is dirty. Let's wash. Yeah, we have time to do some. Oh, well, thank you, Gazoo. Adverts. Ah. Oh, there's the adverts coming in on my channel. It's probably Twitch doing their own thing. Yeah. I've never put adverts on this. Even back when I was doing the affiliate thing. Oh, sorry, you're watching on TV. Oh, sorry. I know what you mean. Yeah. The old TV adverts. Yeah. On YouTube, yeah. I do that sometimes. Especially the ones from the 70s and that. Some interesting ones, wasn't there? Some of them are actually quite funny. You remember the Guinness commercials they used to do about 20 years ago as well? Oh, and I'm not really interested in I don't know, maybe sometime in the future, Jonathan. Yeah, I might do it. But no, I'm extremely happy doing it this way. All I've ever wanted to do was come on and play games and, you know, chat. Yeah. But your presence here is enough for me, guys. Your friendship. That's all I need. Yeah, let's save it here. So that's it, guys. We are done. I was starting to burn out a little bit, I suppose, but still, at least we got it done. The ads, yeah? Yeah. When I want the music. Da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. Yeah, that lunatic. Yeah, that's it. Here. 628, yeah, just make sure it's saved properly. Buy a bag of spuds and get a free bag of cards. Quinsword. Oh, Super Quinn, is it? Yeah. Is there a place called Quinsword? I remember a spot called Super Quinn. It was like a kind of rip-off store. Kind of usually see them around garages and they would be probably twice as much as the normal stores. And then they would have one thing on sale and use that as a comparison. Super Quinn. You remember the Rubber Bandits? Yeah, they used to use a spar bag, wasn't it? Yeah, comedians. I think there were 2 Limerick teachers. Yeah, the Rubber Bandits. Yeah, that's it, guys. We are done. So, that's me done. I was thinking about coming back, let's say, the 1st of January, but I might still, you know, stick to the schedule, even though it's, you know, a kind of holidays. We'll see how it goes, but officially I'm back tomorrow, aren't I? I'm not sure if I can. We'll see. I'll do my best. I'll try and stick to my schedule regardless. And thanks for following, Devilman. I appreciate it. And welcome to the community. Yeah, but that's it. We're done on this one. So, what do you think, guys? Assassin's Creed Mirage, they're the only two I've left that I haven't played. Until I can get to next year, maybe, and get that Steam machine or something, so we can get something different. There's Assassin's Creed Mirage and there's Fallout 3. I'm kind of leading towards Fallout 3. It's been a long, long time since I played that one. And strangely enough, I think it's the only Fallout game I haven't streamed on Twitch. Oh, my pleasure, guys. Jonathan and Jamie. So, what do you think? Fallout 3? Yeah, I think so. And then we can hit up after with Mirage. Yeah. It wasn't a bad RPG. I know it wasn't received well at the time, but I think it's okay, you know. Oh, my pleasure, Jaeger. Thanks for being here. Hello, Devilman. And how have you been? I hope you've been well. How's Christmas going for you? Yeah, so that's it then. Well, we'll come back with Fallout 3. Now, I had to buy it again, a digital download, because Microsoft stiffed me. Wouldn't allow me to play my my disc. But I got that, and I got all of the DLCs. But they put it on a massive sale. No, if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't get it, you know. But yeah, I got lucky and I got it. So I've got the digital download of it, which is the only thing that seems to work these days. Yeah, Fallout 3. We'll try that one. Yeah, I remember the story, the tunnel snakes and Megaton, wasn't it? Yeah, an interesting one. Fallout 3, yeah. What was the one with that Worf guy out of Star Trek with that super mutant village? Oh, that was New Vegas. Yeah, that was New Vegas. I remember that one. New Vegas was a classic, guys, wasn't it? If they ever remaster that, they'll probably ruin it. I heard one of the old school guys, I think one of the founders from Obsidian, came back for a while. I will take more than that to save Obsidian. We'll see how that one goes. But yeah, I think I'll leave it here, guys. Yeah, I'll do my best to stick to my schedule. I don't know how it's going to go. But you know, usually you'd kind of leave it, wouldn't you, till early January, the 1st of January. But knowing me, I'll find a time. I should be back. Yeah. Rainbow Six Tree was one of my old school favorites. Yeah. But I noticed now, did you notice on YouTube, if you're going anywhere, Jamie, Microsoft keeps spamming in that game, that War Game 7. What's it called again? It's not Call of Duty. It's the other one. You know, the one that's getting the bad reviews. It had too much AI. They're spending a fortune on advertising. Maybe they should spend it on the game. Take some of the AI out. Yeah. Yeah. Rainbow, wasn't that Ubisoft, wasn't it? Yeah, the Rainbow Six thing. That was some of the IPs with Assassin's Creed that was spirited away to that new company they set up with Tencent. Yeah, I think the investors on Ubisoft are going to get burned pretty shortly. Yeah, pay to win. Yeah, absolutely. I'm good. Just chilling. That's cool. Yeah, well, I'll be off pretty shortly, Devil. Thanks again, Devilman, for following. I appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas. And take care and stay safe. But I would stream, let's say, 3 days a week. I've been retired for quite some time, so, you know, I'm getting old. So, it's usually Tuesday, Friday and Saturday, about 8-9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is, you know, the early hours in the morning for me. I'm pretty good at keeping my schedule. But Christmas, yeah, I should be able to do it. Yeah, a lot of the good games, you know. But let's face it, let's say things with Microsoft have been going downhill since the end of the 360 era, you know. It's one fiasco after another. It is, yeah, absolutely. I just had a bad kebab. Yeah, a really bad kebab. A really bad one. Oh, my grandnephews are almost that age. Now, I need to get some rest, guys. So yeah, officially, I'm back tomorrow. I'll do my best to get out, but I probably will be, especially with Fallout 3. Don't know if I can do the 6 hours. What we might do, guys, let's say, just so I can get some more rest, we might go the usual kind of 4 hours kind of thing. And then when we get back into January, when I've had a bit of rest, we might try for the 6 again. From the UK, so up at 6. Nice. Well, yeah, it is 6. Yeah, cool. So you're the same time zone as me. So yeah, I would be... sorry, I just assumed you were maybe from North America. About 1:30 a.m. Anywhere between 1 and 2 a.m. And I would push for, if I can, for 6 hours. Yeah. Push for about 6 hours. Yeah. So, okay. Sorry. I can show you the settlement if you want. I'll tell you what to do. I'll show you the last one I did. But this one here, yeah, I'll show you the last one I did. I don't know how long you've been on, Devil, so I don't know how much you've seen. But this is this one so far. Well, it's finished now anyway. I've done as much as I can. And you're probably familiar with Medieval Dynasty. I'm doing this one on Xbox. Now, there's a really good screenshot of this during the winter. You know, the leaves have died off. The crunchies. Are they not still doing those? Yeah. Yeah, I remember the crunch. My wife likes them. I prefer the kind of old... You remember the Star Bars? They haven't changed much. Oh, they must have been out, like... They're older than I am. But there's one thing I don't think I could do without. And I remember even getting them shipped over when I was in Germany. And that's Tato. I'd need the odd bag of Tato every now and again, you know. Although I've noticed over the past decades the salt, my God, horrible. Nice, nice. Oh, the Curly Wurly, yeah. It's just toffee with that kind of thing, yeah. Yeah. The Mars bars have gone, yeah. The Mars bars have gone downhill since the 80s. But do you remember when they were kind of changing over, guys? They said they were changing the recipe of Mars bars, and people started buying them in bulk and freezing them. But yeah, I remember a Mars bar before when you probably had to have teeth like a chainsaw to get through them. And they were really hard to kind of toffee things. Now they're squishy like Milky Way, you know? Yeah. I'll tell you what I do when I do get Mars bars. I freeze them. Yeah. Much more like the original one. Then wait till they're kind of half thawed out. And they're roughly the same texture. Are they not around? I'm nearly sure I got them quite recently. But I'm not sure. I'm not really that much into sweets and stuff. But I assume they were still around. Yeah. Yeah, I think they are, Jamie. When did I see them last? Oh my good God. I think it might have been, it might have been Limerick City. I've seen them somewhere in some shop. Yeah. But I think now maybe they're not selling as well, so maybe, not all stores would have them. Much like if you're looking for a Dr. Pepper, you won't get it everywhere. Oh, I thank you, Devil Man. I appreciate it. Yeah, we put a lot of work into this one. But this took us months to do. Yeah, I think it's still around. But do you remember Do you remember the what was it? Snickers bar. You remember those? And they changed the name to Marathon. But the Starbar thing is still going. That was always one of my favourite. It's kind of like a tin coating of toffee covered in chocolate, and then there would be, kind of few peanuts and then a kind of peanut butter filling thing. Yeah, the Snickers. Yeah, yeah. I think they're calling them Marathon here now. That name was changed for quite some time. Oh, I wonder. And Merry Christmas to you. I hope you've been having a wonderful Christmas. So we always had things that were gone out of fashion. Yeah? Oh, great. They're here in Canada. Nice. Yeah. So that's it. That's my base. So it's actually quite big. But I did an insane amount of decorating on this as well.
I wish I had toys like other children.
And there is roughly around 150. Yeah, there is exactly, actually, with my character. 150 here. And there's probably about 3 dozen animals. So, anything you see showing up in yellow, that was dropped from my menu by hand. I think there's thousands of those items. So that's all by hand, just for the extra decorating junk. Yeah, I'll just do a quick one here. When I get the time, guys, I will upload it to YouTube. Oh, this is my stall area. But this thing goes on forever. I'm quite fond of this area here, I think. That's why we've got our donkeys. Chocolate pretzels are amazing. Yeah, there's a lot of old stuff now that's kind of done away with, isn't it? But no joking, guys. I'm old enough to remember when a chalk ice was... What was it? 6p. Yeah. I'm old enough to remember when there was no plastic bottles for soda. They were all glass. And you could bring them back and you could collect your deposit. And you would get half a penny. God, I'm old. Yeah. I want to make it look... Oh, sorry. Here. Oh, on this. I think I only put one in. Wonder. It's right over here in the corner. But it's just something that you would use, let's say, out in the wilderness to kind of cook food. Where is it anyway? I think it's down here on this side. Yeah, glass deposits. Yep. Half a penny. How ridiculous is that they even had a half a penny? Yeah, I think it's down here. But it's actually a very menu. But if you're doing one of those, you can just chuck some bottles around and stuff and things like that, you know. Yeah, there was deposits. Well, we're doing deposits now, but that was only within the last year or so. Now there's machines outside of every store. So you've got to bring back the plastics. Yeah, here. Yeah, that's the only fire I have here. And that's just something you can build from your menu. I just put down some junk like that there. What did I put in this? Yeah, just some beer. Yeah. Well, you don't get many opportunities to use these in a big settlement. Yeah, we have the bottle tax. It's quite high as well. Bit of a scam, to be honest. Sorry, let me just get my reading glasses. Oh, who will blame me? How have you been? And very Merry Christmas to you. I hope you've been having a wonderful Christmas so far. Yeah, it is. When I started here on this, it was Christmas Day. Well, sorry, it was Christmas Day in the US. Yeah. Yeah, I started when it was about 9 p.m., let's say Christmas Day in the US, which was early Boxing Day for me. Yeah. And 90% of the traffic running through here would be, let's say from North America, usually 5 hours behind me. But yeah, it's Boxing Day for you two guys as well, isn't it? Yeah. For the last almost 2 hours. Yeah. Well, basically, for every plastic bottle with soda and stuff, it's about 15 cent for a tin, or a small bottle under a half a litre, and it's 25 for anything over that. So basically, if you're buying something and it's, let's say, €2, and it's X size, so let's say you don't have to give 2.25. Then when you're coming back to the store, there's a machine outside. You put the bottle in, it scans it, and it gives you a receipt out. And then you can take that receipt and you can put it towards your shopping in that store. I'm not sure if you can change it for cash. So it's just a deposit on the bottle, so you bring it back so they can recycle it. Yeah, it does have problems. They're not the best at maintaining the machines, keeping them working, But yeah, but it's kind of new here, Jonathan, for the last year or so. But I remember back in the 90s, the early 2000s in Germany, it was, pretty much going there. It's not bad, to keep the bottles and stuff, they were everywhere. Now when, people have to pay for them, I suppose. It's got an upside, I'd say. Getting a baby shower cup. Oh. And the downs are being conditionally locked out of my Xbox. Oh. Yeah. They really need to do something about that. Absolutely. I hope things improve for you, old baby. Have 15-cent tax. Yeah, for the under half a litre, 25 over. I think the aluminum tins, Jamie, are about 15 as well, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, I never really tried. I would always just use it towards my shopping. It's just as easy. But yeah, because you pay cash. But you know what I find really ridiculous, Jamie? You have to use it in the store. Let's say if you go to Dunn's, if you try to use that token that you get from the Dunn's machine in maybe Tesco's or somewhere else, yeah, I don't think they accept it that way. I think it should be a kind of universal thing. You can use it in any store, But you can buy bottles elsewhere and then kind of cash them in and then, work it out that way. But don't you know there was obviously an extra charge, put on that as well. So, they're definitely making the money. I would imagine so. They would legally have to give you cash. But let's say if you bought your bottles in Tesco, you can kind of cash them in anywhere. Let's say you cashed them in at Dunn's and it said Dunn's on your receipt. I don't know how it works if you try to cash that in Tesco's. I'm nearly sure I pulled one out accidentally in a store and they said, no, we can't take them there, they're from Dunn's. Which I think is wrong. Yeah. Yeah, anything, yeah. The milk cartons. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I wouldn't exactly call it legal tender, but they would have to take it back. Maybe they won't take ones that have other ones on it because they're too hard to verify. But it's not really a problem for me because I have a ton of bottles going back and I would go to one shop and just kind of cash them in and whatever, Yeah. But you should be able to use them against anything because it's not like a token or anything. It's literally your money, Yeah. Yeah, so that's it with that. That's in your menu here. Wonder. It was Wonder who asked me, wasn't it? Yeah, it's that one there. It's called a stone campfire. And that's the only real one. That's the only one you could really use. If you use anything else after the end of the season, it just disappears. But this one stays forever. So if your girlfriend was from Dublin and she dropped in 100 bottles in Dublin, then goes to Limerick, it's a no-go. It depends on where you cash them in. If they've got a return deposit on them, this is only as far as I know, Jimmy. Let's say if you cash them in Dunn's, you're pretty much stuck with redeeming them in Dunn's, I think. But you can buy the bottles anywhere. Doesn't make a difference. And I think maybe that's just them being awkward about it. Yeah. No problem. Yeah, I'll be going quite shortly myself. Thanks for stopping in. I hope you have a wonderful Christmas, old Brammy. Yeah. Nearly 2. Yeah. Oh, nice. Yeah. I hope you have a really nice time with your family, old Brammy. Take care and stay safe. Yes, that's what I'm saying as well. They should be universal. Yeah. There should be. Because I'm nearly sure, 90% sure that I accidentally gave one in another place and they said, oh no, we can't take it here. That's from such a place. And then I said to myself, hang on, well this is cash. But I think it's just them just sticking, it's not really a problem for me anyway. You know, I wouldn't kind of push the issue on that because I'm always going to the other shops anyway. But I definitely think it is, well, for all counts and purposes, it is legal tender. No matter where you pick up the token, you should be able to cash it in anywhere. No problem. What are your thoughts on the Fallout 4 Anniversary Edition? Dumpster fire. But, you know, no surprise there that they were going to mess that one up. It's every time they touch Fallout 4, they cause a ton of problems. The stuff that they're giving, from what I know of it, who will blame me, they're just really old skins. There's a little bit of new content, whatever the case may be. Anyone I've spoken to who actually got it were very, very disappointed. Not only that, but they're very buggy and they cause a lot of problems in the game. To be honest, guys, I don't think they'll ever get... Well, it was never playing the best anyway, even at the best of times. But yeah, they've lost a lot of their core fan base because, most especially because of their shenanigans over the past 2 years, I think has almost put the nail in their coffin. You know. Yeah, it's probably that, but it's not much of a problem to me. Yeah, I don't think it is. Yeah. It's going to be interesting, isn't it? Yeah. But tell me who will blame me. Will we be able to use that space for free mods? Or will that space just be specifically for creation rubbish? I would say the latter. Now, it's a decent idea to get that kind of space, which is crazy. It's 50 times more space than what we had. That would be awesome if you were playing with free mods. But will that space... Yeah, I think you'll be able to do the free mods, and I don't think they could lock you out. Well, we know why they're doing it, because they want you to buy more Creation Club stuff. But wouldn't it be really, really scummy if they could come up with a system where the only thing you could fit on that extra free space is the official Creation Club stuff? Pretty much, Jimmy. Yeah. 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 But did you notice when the government here wants to do anything green, they tend to profit from it? Yeah. The right thing for the wrong reason. Oh, absolutely, Jimmy. Yeah. Yeah, it did add some new content. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah. While comparing to Skyrim Anniversary, it is laughable, isn't it? They used a lot of the really, 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 really old stuff. But, you know... Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think, but wouldn't it be absolutely unbelievable if they found a way, let's say, you know, for the extra space. Let's say we got 2 gigabytes. Now they're jumping it to 100, which is ridiculous. So let's say they would... Imagine if they came up with a way. I'm not saying they would, but how bad we would take it. You know, oh yeah, but, you know, 2 gigabytes is just for free mods. The other 98, it will have to be before the game will accept it. you know. But they needed that anyway. I think there's something going on now in Fallout where if you download a mod that, let's say, it's X amount of space, it actually takes up more than it says. They're running some background thing in it, I think, where it takes up more space. Yeah. But I'd imagine, yeah. But wouldn't it be a nice little thing for them if they could do something like that? Yeah, a mod is a mod is a mod kind of thing. Yeah. I think they've been never there since the mods. Yeah, really. Yeah. I know a lot of really good modders who said under the circumstances with mod Starfield, and I can't blame them. But if you're a modder and you want to make a buck, yeah, Starfield is a good place. Yeah, there's that thing as well. But we all know why they're putting it there, you know. I want you to be able to buy as much creations as possible. But that's it, that's this one, guys. It would take about an hour to run through this slowly. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if would it surprise you guys if they come up with a system saying, right guys, we're giving you 100 gigabytes of space. It was 2, but we're going to be really, really generous. 10 of that 100 you can use on free mods, but the other 90, it's just there for official Creation Club stuff. It wouldn't surprise me. I know it would probably be a new low, but I'm kind of half expecting, if it's feasible, if it's possible to do, I think they would try something like that. There's both free. Yes, there is. Yeah. But I honestly, who will blame me? I don't think that will help Starfield in the way that it helped Skyrim, or the way that it helped Fallout 4. I know, let's say, what people think of Skyrim and Fallout 4 is subjective, depending from person to person. But in my opinion, Skyrim always had a pretty decent story and a lot to do. The story maybe not so decent in Fallout 4, but still a lot to do. So there was something there. The way I feel about Starfield is there's nothing really there. You know what I mean? I don't think all the mods in the world, unless you could remove all of the quests from Starfield and do completely new ones with mods, might have a chance. But, you know, to save a game there has to be something there, I think, you know. But I think the numbers really speak for themselves. I know that because of what they did on the Elder Scrolls and on Fallout 76, where they eventually got enough people and actually started making a profit over a certain amount of time, which has kind of reinforced their notion that no matter what kind of slop they come out with, they'll just add to it and they'll make it playable. But we're talking about 2 IPs with the Elder Scrolls and Fallout 4, you know, that had a lot of lore and stuff. I think in that sense Starfield is lacking. To save a game there has to be a game, you know. Yeah, you must have a killable Nazim. Everybody wants to kill that poor guy. Yeah, from 2 to 10. Yeah. Yeah, but obviously, you know, it's going to be for all mods. But yeah, at this stage now, guys, it wouldn't surprise me if they could come up with that kind of system. I think we're talking about BGS. I think they could do something as complicated as that. Probably not. Now let me just get something to drink, and then I'll be off. But mark my words, the next year or 2 in gaming is going to be interesting. We're definitely on the dawn of a lot of interesting developments, I think. No problem. Yeah, we're just getting ready to raid ourselves. Have a good one. Have a wonderful Christmas. And if I don't see you before the new year, I hope you and yours have a peaceful and prosperous new year. Take care, who will blame me. Bye. Right. Yeah, I'll just go down here and wait. So whenever I get the time to, guys, I'll upload this guy. Well, I'll be uploading this straight away, obviously, on the VODs. But as I said, the little tour thing, I still have the ones in Valheim. I still didn't get around to it. To be honest, I'm looking for an easier system to do it. It's very hard to do it on Xbox. But with the new ones, or the Steam machine, I should be able to record and do them. And maybe a small little bit of editing myself. And then kind of upload them from there, which would be really, really handy for me, you know. I'll have to learn my way around it, but I'm sure I'll be able to get that after a while. So, goodbye, who will blame me? Jamie, Suburban Werewolf, Wonder, Jonathan, of course, Jules, let's see who else was here, and Devilman, and thanks again for following. Let me see what else we have here. Jaeger, of course. Gazoo. Young. Let me see. Thanks, that's everyone, I think. Yeah, thanks for being here, guys. I appreciate it. And again, I wish you all the best for the coming year. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate it. And of course to Terry, Hufflepuff, Randy, Tigger, Blonde, if you're watching. Have a wonderful holiday, ladies. And of course, if I missed anyone, apologies to whoever I might have missed, and again to everyone who was watching, appreciate it. Yeah, I've been a little under the weather lately, so there might be a possibility, you know, maybe around this time of year I might try and get a little bit more rest, but I will do my best to keep to my schedule, even though it's kind of in the holiday season. So I will try. You know, worst case scenario is I'll resume my schedule on the first day of January, which is about what, less than a week away, which will give me, you know, kind of time to kind of recuperate. But knowing me, I can't keep away. I'll probably come on. But what I will have to do at the very least, maybe is maybe trim my streams down a little bit to more like 3 or 4 hours, you know, during this. But I keep saying that, but I can't resist it, you know. Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. But yeah, I should be back. But if I'm not, you know the story. I probably just need to rest. But whatever happens, I will be back. Resume my schedule on the 1st of January, spot on. But I'm nearly sure I'll still come on for the rest of my schedule, you know, for the last of this year. How long I'll stay on, I don't know. Yeah, I've not been myself lately, you know. And you too. And thanks again for being here, Devil. I hope you and yours have a wonderful Christmas and New Year. And take care of yourself and stay safe. So yeah, I'll leave it here, guys. We'll do the usual. We'll stop by, we'll raid some of our friends, say hi, and if I don't see you in tomorrow, or whatever the case may be, I will be back on January the 1st. Well, when my schedule goes, but yeah, as I said, I will most likely be, you know, back on long before that and probably keep my schedule. I don't have much to do, but, you know, even at that, I'm so tired all the time. Ridiculous. So, let's do this one. So, bear with me for this if you can, and, yeah, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow and the rest of the days, but, you know, worst case scenario, I will be resuming my schedule in January again, and I might be off for the next 4 or 5 days. We'll see how it goes. Have a good one, guys, and yeah, let's see you streaming.